Dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers, friends, welcome. My name is Uliana Chromyak and I'm the Executive Director of Ukraine House Davos. This is our 8th year in Davos, and throughout these years we are very honored to have such a wonderful guest, our partners, supporters of Ukraine. We really appreciate, all your support, that you are standing with Ukraine during this difficult time and helping us to grow and prosperity. So we will continue the discussion today and that we launched yesterday, and also we will follow up the discussion from the breakfast today regarding Ukraine's perspectives in the European Union. And it is my great honor and pleasure to introduce the moderator of this panel, Olena Kosharny, who is the founding partner and CEO of the Horizon Capital and also the co-organizer of Ukraine House Davos. Welcome, Lena.
Thank you, Uliana. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming. This is a panel that we've added given all of the exciting events this week. So it is my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists, and we will start with a very good friend to Ukraine, a champion for the European Union, Marta Koz, European Commissioner for Enlargement, a woman who drives the European Union's enlargement process forward, and she works with candidate countries on the merit-based path. Welcome, Marta. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please. And of course, we have our Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine, Taras Kachka. Taras, who has distinguished himself immensely in the public field, but will always be proud of your role when you're acting president of American Chamber of Commerce. So
thank you. For those who
we never forget that he knows both public sector and the private sector. And we're also very pleased to be joined by Mike Pyle, Senior Managing Director, BlackRock, Deputy Head of BlackRock's Portfolio Management Group. And Mike directly oversees BlackRock's hedge funds platform, its fundamental equities franchise, and the BlackRock Investment Institute. And it's very interesting, Mike, you've had a ton of experience, both private sector, but also public sector, being at the White House and being in his work that he was doing there as the U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor for International Economies. Thank you, Mike, for joining us. So we've got a very interesting panel today, and what we are trying to achieve today is to unite that public sector, to unite what has to happen, the pathway with reform, the pathway to peace, the just and sustainable peace, but also the role of EU accession in helping to drive private sector capital mobilization and future prosperity for Ukraine. So I'd like to start with you, Marta. If you can tell us from your perspective, how does EU accession contribute to Ukraine's long-term prosperity, not only about financial support today, but also through reforms that permanently change how the economy functions and how investors perceive the country? If you can share your perspective with us. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me and giving me this opportunity, especially to connect what we do in the accession process with reforms and what is happening now in Ukraine. I can also speak out of my own experiences. My much smaller country than Ukraine, Slovenia, with 2 million people and 20,000 square kilometers, became a member of the EU in 2004, being a communist country before, and what has changed through the accession process or the membership. I'm very happy that in the prosperity paper on which we have agreed this week, the accession process or enlargement process is mentioned as one of the drivers for the prosperity of Ukraine in the future. Why is this so important? I would first like to stress one, it is not exactly on the what is going today. I would just like to do the connection to show that we have experiences from the past how we do this. European Union has been established on the premises that only united, the European countries can provide peace, freedom and prosperity in Europe. And this is how actually it started. It didn't start it so politically, it was a steel and coal community. Mm-hmm. But today what we do with bringing Ukraine to, as a member of the EU into the EU, we do actually the same. With whatever we do in the accession process, we want to achieve peace, freedom, and prosperity, and of course, security. Mm-hmm. In the accession process, there are many important points. First important point is that once there is a candidate country, we as the EU, we provide money for the economic development, meaning this is the way to the prosperity. The second part, very important, is doing the reforms. Probably, how many are you from the business part, if you just give the sign? Mm-hmm. So, I assume that you will not be able to, or you will not want to come to invest to Ukraine unless we make, I would say, legal certainty that your investments will be safe and that you will be, as soon as possible, able to earn the money. And I'm right, Niels?
Yes.
Yes. So this is very business. The business of business is making business and earning money. And this is what we provide. This is now very business-like, but through the reforms, which are not only on the economic part, but also on the societal part, we actually take care that the country can prosper. So whatever we do today with Ukraine in the accession process and in planning, in this prosperity paper, is enabling that not just the state money will help Ukraine, but also that we will attract as much as possible investments. Ukraine is really big country. We can see, for instance, from the year of the accession of 10 countries into the EU, what has happened. For instance, Poland has entered also the same year, 2004, and since EU membership of Poland, their economy has tripled. Of course, with the funds from the European Union, but mostly, really mostly, if you have been there 20 years back or 25 years back and today, the difference is seen. And this is what I want to see also in Ukraine, and it will happen, I'm sure.
I'm so happy that you mentioned the importance of prosperity and that this is fundamental to the formation of the European Union. And for everyone who's working in the private sector, it's important that we do see those three streams, that a just and sustainable peace is being worked on, the security guarantees that ensure that this never happens again, and then prosperity. The Ukrainian people deserve prosperity, and only all together, the fact that we have US, Ukraine, and Europe together discussing and really getting into the nitty-gritty on what it takes to achieve future prosperity for Ukraine is crucial.
Just one more fact, when I said that the European Union is a peace project, there has never been a war on the territory of the European Union. It has been war in Europe, also in my country and later on in Croatia and Bosnia and so on, but never, ever on the territory of the European Union. That's why it's so important. We bring you in as soon as possible.
I love to hear that. We bring you in as soon as possible. That is worth a clapping. That is essential, and I think that's why it matters so much to Ukrainians. They don't just see it as symbolic. They know that there has not been a war within the European Union amongst its countries. That's why Ukraine wants to be in that exclusive club that stays together and does not war between itself. Thank you so much, Marta. This has been fantastic. And Deputy Prime Minister, a question to you. How does Ukraine, give us the perspective from Ukraine, how it sees itself in the future as a member state of the EU, and how does that vision shape the country's economic and political priorities today?
so we see it in the nearest future. Yeah, so that's first and foremost. I think that for all of us, it's clear that the EU is accession to the EU is a promise of prosperity. Yeah? So that it is true. First of all, I think that there are proofs for this. Yeah? So the figures are self-evident, but as well, this is a real a task for the government, for all politicians. And a task that should be properly implemented. This is not purely like a formality, yeah, so that, well, so once you are in the UA, enjoy, yeah, so it should be a really big project that is supported by proper finances, proper investments, management, so the daily work for many, many years. So that's why for us, the entire undertaking of accession to the European Union is not purely like formality or legal formality. This is really big project of profound change and structural change of Ukraine. And sometimes the structural reforms are invisible reforms. You have the same banks, but working differently. Yeah?
Right.
The same maybe government structure, but working differently. So that's why sometimes, you know, that EU accession is perceived as a miracle, but in reality, this is a big set of rather boring things. Yes, and it's
hard work.
Yeah, hard work, and the result is seen like in 10 years. So that I had like a privilege maybe like to study in Poland when Poland joined the European Union. So on 1st of May of 2024, nothing has changed in Warsaw. Yeah, so that, but now in 2004, yeah, but in 2024, so the city is absolutely different. Yeah, so that these things are seen from longer term perspective, and we are ready for this long term. So, but in order to be like to have a clear understanding, we need like a proper planning, proper understanding, and to-do list for many years. And at the same as well, so that we have, so we see the succession to the European Union as not as a long-term undertaking, but very like mid-term and maybe even short-term undertaking for several reasons. First reason is of course geopolitics. So that is clear. So that, and the second pillar is that what I'm saying, like starting from Monday in this building and in Congress halls, that we are really on advanced stage with these reforms. So that we are not starting, yes. So sometimes the reports, or enlargement report, for example, give a perception that we are like in 1991, but we are in 2024. A lot of things have been done, yes. So that's, and it also important to understand that for us, everything what we are asked from business community, from European institutions, from member states is doable, and doable in rather short-term perspective. So that the only thing we need is the effective work of government and parliament, and we are working on it.
But as I have said, it's not an easy process, you know. Sometimes, sorry, Taras, if I'm really, you know, the one who is demanding, but it is, you want to be there as soon as possible, so we have to deliver, and this is really, really great. I could only tell, for instance, from the last period, you have been mentioning for the enlargement report, out of 68 reforms, 63 are 100% done. So this is a huge success, and of course we go subject by subject. So we are there to really, you know, ask and demand, but this is the best way we can do all together.
Marta, I'm so happy that you're mentioning numbers. There's a lot of people in this group who are investors or business people. Metrics matter, numbers matter, and I know that when we're doing a deal or we're doing a transaction and you've got the whole roadmap to get to where you want to be, and there's so many things that need to get done. So that, what you just said, I think is so incredible. Out of 68 reforms, 63 are 100% done. That is incredible. That, and tell us about the other 5, because
Don't tell. why? You know,
I'll say this. I'll say this.
We will spoil the
Yeah,
panel,
don't
but
tell. Okay.
I should explain. This was in order to enhance you to read something that nobody is reading. So the reports of European Commissions, reports of Ukrainian government, all this stuff is there, but nobody is reading.
Okay.
Yes?
No. You know what, Taras? I have to tell you. I was raised by a father who, when you deliver 95%, he doesn't talk about that. He goes, "What happened with the other 5%?"
Yeah.
So I mean, so that's like, right away. Look, we're not going to get into all of that, but what is important is Taras, if you could just tell us, because I think it's a black box for us that, what it takes to get there. I mean, just for 2 minutes, tell us. You've got what? This entire tome, these thousands of pages.
Let's
then you break it into working groups. Are there people from Parliament, from cabinet minister? I mean, how do you get through? Does it say there pass this law with this and this and this? I mean, give us some insight into the process, because I think that's also fascinating. And many of us in the business community, we just think, okay, you've got a target. This is what you need to get there. And of course, you want to reach it as quickly as possible. So what's happening?
First, this approach is good for late night session.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. That's fine.
Yeah, but the example, the best example is energy. Yeah, so
that's right.
This is what's been repeated. I think, I will repeat. So sorry if you heard this story. So that on 24th of February 2022. So that's first day of war. So Ukraine detached itself from Russian electricity grid and attached to the EU. Yeah, so that it was literally first day of war. It was happened due to the 10 years of reforms that nobody heard of, that the technical specialists talking to NSOE specialists, assessing the grids and modification of legislation, the unbundling, establishment of regulator and so on. So 10 years of work, like step forward, step side, step forward, and it was done, and it was like it saved us. Yeah, it continues to continue saving us. And now we have in Parliament the draft law, like using President Trump terminology, big beautiful bill.
That's right. That's right.
It's because it's like several hundred pages on final integration of energy markets with the European Union. If we adopt this, and it is prepared for second reading in February, I think we will manage to complete the accession. So that's something that will be done by people who do their work and nobody reads their reports, because they're like multi-hundred pages reports of very thorough assessment. And then in 2027, we will be completely integrated to the EU energy market, even if we will not join the EU by that moment. So that's how it works. Yeah. So that there's a lot of like you collect amendments, and then you are there. Like we are there with roaming. With roaming, you know that we didn't notice, so that only mobile operators noticed, because it impacted their revenues for the moment, but they are adjusting. But it is also based on the fact that we have modern legislation on electronic communications, we have independent regulator, and we also fine-tune the legislation, like literally to the commas and dots on roaming, and it allowed us to be a part of EU system. It works everywhere, so statistics, transport, you name it, financial services, etc. And why I'm aware that we are really advanced, so that like electricity, roaming, some other thing, and CTS in customs union, so that we have the draft law on customs codes. It's also like funny, maybe that if those who are following European integration know that it will be the fourth draft of customs code that will be adopted and bring our rules in line with the EU. So maybe this one, it will be the one, so that will be assessed positively by the European Union. It will allow us to simplify trade across the border and integrate to customs union as fast as possible. So all these things are happening. They start to happen in 2008, 2007, when we started negotiating association agreement. For example, for food safety, that allows us to export, that allows us to threaten Polish farmers, yeah, with poultry and eggs, yes. We started to
No,
change.
we love each other, you know.
Yeah.
Really, you know, I see him more than my husband.
Yeah.
That's good. That is the headline for integration.
Yeah. So that's. But we started then, so that we've merging veterinary service and sanitary service, like really post-Soviet corrupted services, into one, and then applied legislation and so on. And now we have really dozens of producers in Ukraine that produce their products in line with EU rules, and now we need to advertise in the EU, because EU farmers are saying, oh, your production standards are not the EU one. And we say, but then what it is? Yeah, so it is, we have EU system. So, and it allowed our undertakings to be equipped, that equipment that is in line with EU standards and export to the EU. So that there are a lot of examples already how alignment with EU rules helped us to be advanced in economy, in businesses, and I think that this year it will be many more examples of this kind.
Since you love numbers, excuse me, around 1,000 people in Brussels horizontally are working on one candidate country, like Ukraine, and you once told me about 3,000 or even more in Ukraine. So at the end of this process, 100,000 pages of the European legislation will have to be adopted also in Ukraine.
Yeah.
An interesting point, and this will have to be in Ukrainian language. So once you will become a member of the EU, Ukrainian language will be one of the official languages of the EU. I can't wait. You know, I'm 2 million people, but Slovenian language is the official language of the European Union. This is so nice, really.
We can't wait either. We can't wait either. Taras, that was such a good point that you also brought up about the fact that next year already, with the energy systems, that effectively it will be as if we are an EU member in terms of energy.
Yeah.
That's very important, because I think there's a perception also that, you know, it's like a light switch, you know, it's binary. You know, we're in or we aren't, and here you're saying that on specific sectors, on specific common, whether roaming, whether energy, then it's effectively almost there.
Yeah, but what we need to be conscious that this is a result of really like decades of work.
That's clear. That's clear.
So that when we promoted this idea of so that for internal market treatment as a concept was introduced into association agreement in 2008 as a draft, and start to be applicable from 2014, and it was like a sleepy clause, because no one on our side or EU side believed that this is possible. When we asked in 2015, when we started our intensive work on detachment from Russian energy system, we asked the European Commission that we can integrate legally and actually integrate Ukrainian energy system to the EU, and we have association agreement, and we know that Annex 27 is mentioned in different titles that allows this internal market treatment. When I presented this, I was like a mad guy, you know, that people from Commission said that, oh, this is what you're talking about. Maybe you're drunk and so on. But the consistent work, so that the permanent work on this, it changed perception, and now this is rather trivial. So this is accepted everywhere in Ukraine, in the EU, in Brussels, in member states. So that this is not a sensation anymore. But it take a lot of time. Just to conclude, that this is about our past, so that this is about a lot of work that was done, maybe not certified by European Commission, because accession is also about certification. So saying that indeed this draft law is in line with EU rules. And sometimes it might be like this law already applicable for several years, but no one certified them. And so that's why we will manage in 2 years. And that's why it's not my assessment, it's actually communication of Commission that 2028 may be the end of negotiations. Yes?
If you deliver.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Just on this as well.
There's conditions precedent.
You see, this is like a wrap-up panel for all Davos.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I also highlight this indeed literally at every meeting and every panel, that everything depends from us. So it's 100% Ukrainian homework. So that's no illusions on this. So that this is, we have all to-do list, and it depends from efficiency of work of Ukrainian authorities.
But we have to deliver too, so it is
That's right.
both ends. My most important task is taking care of a candidate country, especially of Ukraine. And we were speaking about roaming and energy integration. We call this gradual integration. Even before becoming a member of the EU, you can get something if you behave properly, if I very, very simplify. So it is really, working together. I like working with you, Taras.
Thank you.
It's really interesting to me to hear, because, in the world of AI, when AI is front and center, and there's so much talk about to what degree machines will replace people. And you really, just even listening to this, you realize that there's this association agreement, these thousands of words, and then a person looked at this obscure clause in 2015 and said, hey, hold on a second, I want to raise this, I want to escalate this. So Taras, kudos, because it really is that person who found that, who looked at it, who said 10 years of work. And when the full-fledged invasion started, if that 10 years of work hadn't been done, how could we have achieved, how could we have immediately switched to the European grid? I mean, it would not have been possible. So I think we owe you a huge debt for finding that little clause and for all of the work that's been done since. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mike, I'd like to switch over to you. People matter. Today at the Viktor Pinchuk Foundation, at Viktor's Ukrainian breakfast, we heard about from Steve Witkoff on those people who are really supporting, assisting, doing all they can in terms of the private sector. And of course, Larry Fink is one of those people, and BlackRock. And I think, Mike, you've got a really unique perspective of that as a global investor, the perspective of international investors. So if you can share with us, from your perspective, what are the most important factors when you're considering investment in Ukraine in the post-war period? What are the most important factors for international investors, politically, economically, institutionally?
Sure. Well, thank you for having me. And just more broadly, it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be able to stay involved in the future of Ukraine. I had a chance to contribute to that in some small way in a prior life from a different vantage point, that of the public sector, and now get a chance to continue that with a different vantage point, with a different role from the private sector. I think one of the things the Commissioner said earlier, I think really jumped out to me, and that's the story of the 2004 accession countries, and I think it highlights a couple of important points. One, just what an incredible progress is possible when the right conditions come together. And I think one thing that has motivated me, has, I think, motivated a lot of people, including, I'm sure, everybody in this room, is to understand what potential Ukraine has, what potential the people of Ukraine have, that they're ultimately going to write their own future and deliver prosperity for themselves with the partnership of everyone in this room. But to see that story having played out makes clear how possible it is. Secondly, I think the story that the Commissioner highlighted there, I think, brings another thing into sharp relief, which is there's a sequence to these efforts, that different players have different roles to play at different moments in time, and to think about all the work that policymakers in say Warsaw, in Brussels, in other capitals made in those early years to build that foundation of macro-financial stability, to build that foundation of of reform and institutional capacity to build that foundation on top of which ultimately the private sector, private investors could then build, a ladder of success and prosperity for the people of Poland. I think that's the type of dynamic that you can imagine, that you can hope, that you can see playing out on the ground in Ukraine. And I think, the way this conversation itself has played out, I think really highlights that right now is the time for policymakers. Now is the time for the Commission, for the government of Ukraine. Once peace, once security has been established, now is the time, that will be the time for policy to come in and build that foundation. I think that exactly to your question, that then highlights, what are the things that the public sector, what are the things that policymakers can build that will ultimately create that foundation that private investors, that private business can build atop. I'd highlight, just a few. One, I do think that the macroeconomic picture matters a lot. That's something we haven't talked a lot about in this conversation, but I think that, they're having a strong, credible framework in place, probably a framework that the government of Ukraine works on with the Commission, works on with the IMF, the World Bank, others, to establish that basic stability. And again, here too, the Commissioner and the Deputy Prime Minister talked about how far down the path of reform the government has already come on the EU accession process. Here too, I sort of look at the things that have already been accomplished. Ukraine has a strong independent central bank, has a range of strong macroeconomic institutions. That's a strong foundation on top of which to build a very credible, a very capable macroeconomic framework. Secondly, there's all the pieces that the Commissioner and the Deputy Prime Minister have been talking about this process of bringing Ukraine into the EU. I think it's hard to imagine any more positive signal to investors in Europe, to investors globally, including in the United States, than that. That flywheel of the signal, the reality of institutional credibility, of reform, of the rule of law, of transparency. Those are the ingredients that allows private enterprise, that allows investment to take root and grow. And the EU process is at the heart of what can bring that into being. Of course, then there's, what accession of the EU unlocks, the single market, that ability for Ukraine to be integrated into one of the most important economies in the world. That is also an ingredient that, of course, I think global business, private investment sees as one of these just core possibilities, this core of potential of the Ukrainian economy. So I think those are really the pieces I would highlight, that it's about, this is a moment for building that foundation of security, of transparency, of the rule of law, of reform, because business ultimately takes root on the foundation of certainty, on the foundation of transparency, and this is exactly the pathway that we've heard the Commissioner and the Deputy Prime Minister speak about.
I think that's
Can I add something?
Yes, please,
Sorry
Taras, of
for
course.
just permanently interrupting. I think that what is important in this area is that I have a habit, and bad habit. So talking about European integration seriously. So that's why we are talking about. So I'm talking about
that.
energy, food safety, but. Let's be honest. One thing that is most important is rule of law and anti-corruption. Yeah? So
right.
that's I share the figures. So that's the results of the work of our anti-corruption framework. Yeah. So that NABU opened 737 cases. That SAPU made 124 indictments for 280 against 280 people, and anti-corruption court sentenced issued 93 sentences against 130 persons. So that anti-corruption system works. Yes, so and we need to maintain its operation. This is also quite important that, that we are moving through the most complicated stage of installment of anti-corruption framework, that it is established, it is operational, and now we have a lot of scandals, and this is actual change of political culture and like cleaning the system. And the same story, or the similar story, is in the judiciary. In judiciary, we started with amendment of constitutions in 2016. We relaunched several times the High Commission on qualification of judges. So there were different attempts, just like relaunch, modify, one thing, another thing. Nothing worked unless we created a commission, so trusted commission on selection of members of this High Commission, High Qualification Commission of Judges, with international experts. They selected people with with good reputation, so that maybe not the brightest, but with good reputation, and it normalized the process. So that's normalize the process. And last year, so that there was a really good speed up with selection of judges for appellate courts. And this year we will have a big explosion, biggest selection, that almost 2,000 judges for the courts of first instance, and we have trusted institutions for selecting the judges, and it means this is real de facto implementation of the things that have been adopted previously. So and we need EU to certify us on this. So no one else can certify better that we have proper institutions in rule of law than the European Union in its enlargement part. So that's why EU accession is so important, just to certify to everyone that all our judicial system and law enforcement agencies are really working properly, intensively, and this is the best quality message to all investors.
And if I could follow on what the Deputy Prime Minister just spoke about, I mean, I think that's exactly right, that the global business community, the global investment community, having confidence in exactly that drive towards the rule of law, that drive towards anti-corruption, that foundation of both those things is going to be critical. And I think what I would add is, I think that the first steps from there is going to be a handful of flagship or paradigm, transactions where we see, first movers, maybe potentially from, operating companies in Europe or more globally, step in on that foundation. I think the rest of the world will take note. The rest of the global business and investment community will take note when those first steps go off successfully, that they see capital moving, they see a business process playing out with transparency, with confidence, with the rule of law, and on the basis of, a few successful examples of investment being put to work, of it being put to work on that foundation of the EU standards, of the EU rules, that's going to bring more in, because I think the Deputy Prime Minister is exactly right that credibility for Ukraine's efforts come from that seal of approval from Brussels. It's also going to come from that seal of approval of those first few investors, those first few businesses that come in successfully, come in with confidence, and that confidence is going to breed more confidence that brings other businesses and other investors in as well.
Mike, I think that's a very good point. You've made a number of strong and points that I want to build on. First is that your focus on EU accession, and irrespective of whether we're talking about American investors coming in, European investors, any investors who are coming in, European accession is a central issue. It is foundational because they have seen that uplift that happens, as Marta, you mentioned, Commissioner, the tripling of GDP, of the enormous opportunities that are driven by EU accession. So that's a very good point that you've made. And then talking about that handful of paradigm transactions and that demonstration effect for others. And when we look at World Bank, $524 billion is required for reconstruction. Understandably, many of those paradigm transactions, they're going to happen post-war. They're going to happen post-war because peace, stability, a just and sustainable peace is crucial. In terms of that looking at that 524 billion, of course, everyone's focused on energy. You've got people freezing in Ukraine. You've got huge hits to the energy infrastructure. We know it, even, I'm sure the estimates will be revised again, but 68 billion with an expectation that 75% will come from the private sector. So if you can just share with us, how do you view opportunities that Ukraine offers to investors post-war? What would you see in terms of on the energy front and other sectors that really could have those flagship transactions there?
Yeah, and I suspect the Commissioner and the Deputy Prime Minister will have just as insightful views on this question as me. But I think that, obviously you highlight some of the key elements around infrastructure, both in energy and more broadly. I think about ports, I think about transport, I think about, as you say, energy, those building blocks of infrastructure for a diversified, vibrant economy. I think those are very likely to be early building blocks, early examples. But I think it's broader than that. You think about the financial services sector, a sector that I know well. The banking system in Ukraine is a strong one, and the ability to bring additional partnership, additional capital into spaces like banking and insurance may not be immediately as obvious as a space like energy or transport, but can be a part of that process of capital formation, of capital markets, beginning to start that flywheel of investment and growth and jobs that builds on itself. So to me, I think there are a range of different sectors and possibilities, both the obvious ones and some non-obvious ones that are going to be, a part of that backdrop that ultimately sets that flywheel in motion.
Thank you. And Marta, please.
I just wanted to add, we are now in the country which has been, in Switzerland, which has been 200 years back, very poor. Now, today, it is one of the most innovative and one of the most developed countries in the world. And how did they do this? And one of the most prosperous. And they did it first building the infrastructure, and this is somehow the pattern we will follow, and then going on. The accession process or the future development of Ukraine, it is a transition process. It is a transition not only of the economic system, but it is also a transition of the whole society. So when we speak about this prosperity paper or more than 500 billion, it is not just about the economic transition, it is also about societal transition in the sense of what kind of healthcare system will Ukraine have? What kind of kindergarten system? We have much better in Slovenia than in Switzerland. And our people, mothers, pay much less, or families, than here in Switzerland. So there are different systems. There is no one unique system. It will depend on what Ukraine will want to do. But healthcare system today, you can earn a lot of money. Social system, elderly homes. When I grew up in ex-Yugoslavia, we had no elderly homes because everybody was at home until it dies, mostly. Now we have a system where we take care. Of course, it costs money, meaning when we speak about the prosperity, please don't forget not just the economic sense, what will bring to the country, what will this prosperity mean for the people? Will they have a clean air? Will your rivers, your lakes be clean so that the people will be able to bath inside? So this part is also a part of the very important transitional process.
That's right, and we had an amazing panel this week on education, and of course that's also fundamental to a prosperous future. Commissioner, if we can go back to the homework, to a bit on the reforms, share with us what mechanisms does the EU have to encourage and sustain reforms along this accession path? How do these mechanisms help create trust, predictability for EU and global businesses and investors considering investing in Ukraine? I think that's important, the mechanisms that the EU has.
Yeah, and this is in the case not just for the Ukraine, but also in the past. So just technically, we have 6 clusters of negotiation process and 33 chapters. You know, we know this. So it is a box ticking in the sense at the end, but before a lot needs to be done. So one part is very important. We've been speaking, and also Michael, about the rule of law. We call this fundamentals. It is about judiciary system. And you know, sometimes I'm surprised when we speak about the rule of law, people ask me, what do you mean exactly? And this is really being treated equally, everybody, the companies, the individuals, and having the possibility to go to the fair court if something goes wrong. Right. The rule of law, you know, sometimes democracy is not enough. Democracy is the, you know, the power of those who win the elections. The rule of law is protecting all of us, also minorities in different areas, so a combination of democracy and rule of law. Then, of course, we have clusters on standards. We have clusters on agriculture. On
statistics, the biggest number of people involved from European Commission is on statistics. Eurostat is very like...
Because we have to have numbers, you know, how many potatoes are being produced in Ukraine, and so on. This is interesting stuff, but giving us numbers or financial control also. Meaning, what we do this, you cannot advance unless you do your homework.
That's right.
And we are also encouraging this. We have introduced a principle of conditionality, meaning that once the reforms are fulfilled, we give the money for the budget of Ukraine. And this is working well. Sometimes it goes faster, sometimes it is not that fast, but this is just one of the instruments. I think that the best instrument today for Ukraine has to do with the psychology. You know, one of the biggest compliments I got when I traveled to Ukraine in many times is I was named that I am a commissioner for hope. This is a very soft category, you know. I was really so honored, but in the sense this is, oh gosh, huge responsibility. But believing that you can become a member of the EU only if you deliver on the reforms, and this is what you people of Ukraine are doing. This is the biggest motivation. It comes me again back to when my country was a candidate. You know, we wanted to become a part of the system which has proven to be much more effective than the old Yugoslav communist system, and it has proven like this. So, coming back to your question, there is a clear list what needs to be done. We help financially. You know, the whole Ukraine facility, which is in my portfolio, it's around 50 billion.
That's right.
It is close to what is the GDP of my whole country, so I have more money in my portfolio than Slovenia. And on the other hand, it is also the money we get from our donors. For instance, you've been asking, Michael, about the investments in energy. For the time being, it is recovery of the energy system of Ukraine. Until now, it was 3 billion euro. Is it enough money, or what would you do with 3 billion? Yeah, it is a lot of money. So we have used this to do the repairs. I have been, during my last visit in September, I've been to one of the thermal power plant, which was bombed in the spring last year. Then we have paid for the reconstruction, and on December the 7th, it was bombed again. And I was talking to the director there, and they said, and what you do now? Said, we repair. But, you know, not with this negative feeling or, you know, okay, again, we'll do it. No, we repair. But they said, you know, it's dangerous coming here. I said, yeah, but we know. So, you know, how do you get this? I don't know. So full of admiration. But under the line, as I was saying before, delivering on the reforms, it is a quite complicated process where we also have to include our member states. They are really looking, not just, what Taras is doing or Ukraine is doing, also what I do. So when I speak the whole accession process or the way of Ukraine in the EU, it is two important points. First, we help Ukraine to do the homework, but I also have to get a buy-in from the member states so that they will believe that Ukraine deserves a place in the EU. And this will only happen once we will be able to persuade all the member states that with Ukraine becoming a member of the EU will get stronger, not weaker.
So it's not only homework between EU and Ukraine, but also within the bloc, with the member states, to really advocate for what Ukraine has achieved and make very clear that this is indeed, they have delivered on this merit-based approach.
Indeed, one of the insights after now more than 1 year of my mandate is I'm not the big boss.
Yeah.
The member states are. So they're looking very carefully, and my work, I see some smiling faces from France, of course. You do this, and some other countries.
Yeah.
But this is good so.
That's right.
The majority of the citizens of the European Union are supporting the enlargement process, especially of Ukraine. If we have somebody from Sweden, 90% of people in Sweden are supportive to Ukraine accession, the highest number.
That's right. And all of us have to do that homework. All of us have to be the ambassadors for our countries, ambassadors in the United States and every single EU country. Mike, I want to go to you and then finish off with Taras. And one of the quotes from today, what Larry Fink said was, which I really thought was striking, and we may forget sometimes that capital has many pathways to flow, and capital follows opportunities, and that's that's fundamental. Security, predictability, rule of law, and not the other way around. And I think that's something that is really crucial. That it doesn't, when you don't have those things, it's a real little trickle. When you have those things, you've got a huge flow. So the question that I've got for you is what do you take away from that comment, and how does it pertain to investing in Ukraine and attracting ultimately those paradigm opportunities, those flagship opportunities, those flow, a steady stream of international investors that Ukraine dreams of?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the question in a sense is a great opportunity for me to just highlight again some of the points that I've been trying to make across the course of this conversation. And that kind of, I guess, would highlight, the role that each of us has to play and the distinct role that each of us has to play. As I said, now is the moment for securing peace and security. Then the moment comes, which is in progress right now, to build that foundation of institutional capacity, institutional credibility, the rule of law, transparency, macro-financial stability, all of the pieces that the official sector, that the public sector, that policymakers put in place to build that foundation. Then comes that first trickle, those, key first examples of flagship investments, of paradigm business investments or business transactions that can demonstrate that the foundation that investment and business formation is built on is a sound one. And when those examples take root, when those transactions take hold and grow and thrive, that is what really unleashes the flood from there. So again, we each have a role to play. There's a sequence to these steps, but I think the end of the journey, again, to go back to the example of some of the other accession cases that we've seen in the past, highlights that, in those early days, the lifting is done on the official side. But when policymakers do the work that the commissioner and the deputy prime minister are in the midst of and set that foundation and build it strong as they are, that 5, 10, 15 years from now, it's a story that becomes one principally of business leaders, of entrepreneurs, of people who are really, and Ukrainian people who are, again, kind of writing that story of the next chapter of Ukraine through entrepreneurship, through investment, through growth and dynamism.
Mike, that's such an important point to make. And all week we've been trying to really showcase that those green shoots have already started. And we've seen that. We had DFC with the U.S.-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund. We had Minister Sobolov, who was talking about the various transactions that will start. We had about the European Flagship Fund. We had a number of signings here. We had Dragon Capital, their signing on their new infrastructure fund and the partnership with Amber. We had our signing with Catalyst Fund, backed by 6 investors who allowed us to reach 50% of our target and do our first investment with Notice Energy in a 124 megawatt wind farm in Odessa region. 250 million euro investment. So it's starting, Mike, it's starting already. And I'd like, you know, of course that's a trickle, but I believe, and all of us in this room believe, that we are going to see a flood. We're going to see that backed by those who are on the ground now, who continue to reinvest their profits, the European companies, American companies, McDonald's opening 50 restaurants, continuing. The one near the train station is still the #1 globally in terms of how many customers served. And at the same time, we want to see those new entrants. We want to see those institutional long-term investors, because the business case, it's so large. We've got the size, scale, 524 billion. That's going to require those on the ground, those coming in, and the work that Taras, you, and Marta, and all the teams do in order to make it happen. Taras, now last word is yours. Deputy Prime Minister, you know about every single sector of the economy. You know that no one is waiting. Ukraine is attracting investment today. It's not as if everyone is waiting until Ukraine is part of the EU. There are opportunities now. Ukraine is not waiting to rebuild. Ukraine is rebuilding every single day. So your last, a pitch to those who are watching in terms of investing and backing opportunities that are here now, and really not waiting for the war to be over. Because I think when there's a flood, it's hard to distinguish yourself. When there's a trickle, it's easier to stand out.
It is very simple. In May 2022, so that it happened that Davos in 2022 was in May, because after COVID, we gathered together here and we got the promise that is foundation of our resilience, that Ukraine will be recovered, so that there is a trust from international community, political support, military support. Now, 4 years after, we are not driven by the promise. We already developed the very complex machine that drives us into the future, that supports us now, so that with macro-financial support, with investments, but as well the design of all this machinery is there. It's working. Yeah, so that we are thinking in dynamics, so that the accession to the EU, the reforms, the works with global financial markets, and there is a consensus on this. So that's also quite important. And so that the government will be the most boring part of it, so that the fun of doing business, of making profits, investments, dealing with people in healthcare, in education, in AI is for you. Yeah, so but this boring stuff will be done, and people will live happily without thinking that whether courts are good or not. Yeah, so that's so that because they will. Yeah, so that's this is actual plan. This is not a promise. There are no guessings. So there are clear requirements, and we are doing them one by one. And I believe that in a year, Next Davos, we will discuss this progress with more energy and more optimism, and I think that all these things will come into reality. Thank you.
Well, Taras, thank you for doing the boring stuff. It's essential. So everybody, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank our panelists and then pass it over to Uliana, who has a few things to say. With Marta, we are.
Yes.
We didn't know that we were both loving the same Lviv
coincidence.
designer, the jewelry,
Yeah.
Oksana
Borichuk.
Borichuk.
Oksana Borichuk, yes. And I would like to say thank you very much for supporting Ukrainian creative industries. This is
Yes.
one of the industries, that we promote and that we are very proud of. And today we also, distributing the scarves from the Ukrainian brand called Rito that we usually do for a number of years of the cooperation with them. And the design of the scarf, is by Ukrainian contemporary artist Ivan Marchuk. So we hope to keep you warm here in Davos, and thank you very much for everything that you are doing for Ukraine to speed up this process. Thank you, gentlemen, for all your efforts, and thank you to everyone who supports, to all your citizens of all countries. Let's make this happen. So thank you very much, and our next panel starts at 11:15 here, so please join us for the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Марія, Dear ladies and gentlemen, чути мене? Ні? Не дуже. Hello? Dear ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will start in a few minutes. Please take your seats. I kindly invite you to take your seats. The next panel will start in a few minutes. Thank you.
Я просто тут думаю, знаєте, у нас тут різні люди сідають. Все добре, дякую, вибачте, прекрасно. Добре.
Ну давайте цей. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. I kindly ask you to take your seats. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Before we start our next panel, I would like you to watch the video prepared by our team.
In Ukraine, we believe in one simple truth. The future does not arrive on its own. It is shaped by strong decisions made today. The future must be protected, returned, rebuilt, restored. And that is what we are doing. We are building systems of mental health support for service members, civilians, and children. We share our experience with the world, showing how a society lives through trauma and finds the strength not only to endure, but to unite. We restore not only bodies, but dignity. Ukraine is developing innovative rehabilitation models and advanced prosthetic systems that are already becoming global points of reference. We support and reintegrate those who have been on the front line. We help veterans learn new professions, support veteran-owned businesses, and return to whole, meaningful lives. We protect and clear our land so farmers can return to their fields, preserving harvests and global food security. We bring Ukrainian children back home because no child belongs to war. Ukraine is moving from resilience to recovery, rebuilding what was destroyed so that the future we create is worthy of the price we have paid. The future is built through effort, and we begin that work now.
And it is my great pleasure to introduce our next panel, Innovating Aid with Ukraine, and the moderator of the panel, Marta Farion, President, Kyiv Mohyla Foundation of America, and member of the board, UMF. Welcome.
Do we ask? It's a great pleasure to be here with this very special panel. And I'm going to ask our panelists to come to the stage, and I will introduce you. Hi. Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Next panel. So I'm a member of the Ukraine-Moldova American Enterprise Fund, one of the sponsors of the panel and the whole program, and Ukraine House Davos. And it's a real thrill for me to be here, especially with this panel dealing with aid and investment in helping Ukraine grow and helping people that need it in an organized fashion. And we are now talking about not just aid, but an investment into human capital and in the needs of the country, especially during this war. So I'd like to introduce to you our panelists, Christia Waller, Director of Ukraine Initiatives at Temerty Foundation, and Christia leads the foundation's initiatives in Ukraine and has helped make Ukraine House Davos possible for many years as a golden sponsor. Markus Lux, Vice President of Ukraine for Ukraine at the Bosch Foundation. Markus brought multiple foundations together to act in shared strategy rather than in isolation, and we'll talk about that. It's a fascinating way of bringing aid. And Michael Capone, founder of the Global Empowerment Mission, and doing great work in Ukraine, humanitarian operations in Ukraine, and actually in other parts of the world. And his his projects in Ukraine are models for the world's aid. And then Svetlana Hrytsenko is a board member of the Viktor Pinchuk Foundation, and she leads rehabilitation initiatives for Ukrainian soldiers and veterans, where more than 40,000 soldiers and veterans have received support. But I know that Svetlana has been involved in many other aid projects for Ukraine through the years, and it's just amazing what they've been doing with the Pinchuk Foundation. So let's begin with some questions. Like, what is the biggest shift you've seen in how aid to Ukraine is being designed, from emergency response toward longer-term systems? And we often talk about funding as aid, but increasingly it looks more and more like an investment. What does it mean in your work to invest in Ukraine rather than simply support it? Michael, your team mobilized almost immediately after the full-scale invasion and has maintained large-scale logistics and frontline support for years. What changes did you notice as the war continued?
Thank you. When we first started, we were importing aid from the United States, and that got very expensive. And then we realized that there were incredible farmers that needed to work. There were food factories all throughout the country that were out of business. And then we made arrangements with them and asked them to grow special food for the food boxes. So we distribute a 20-kilo box to the front line. We distribute about 320,000 boxes per month to the 6 oblasts, about 1,100 different locations, to give you an idea. So it's quite a lot. It's about 8,000 pallets of aid per month that we bring to the front line. All of that today is grown in Ukraine, and there's not one single middleman. And whatever we collect in the United States, mostly from our partner Howard G. Buffett Foundation, that money goes straight into the pockets of the farmers or the truck drivers or the teams that grow, right? So it creates an economy within itself. So you're not only doing aid, right? You're also supporting families and supporting the GDP. Interestingly enough, we do very similar things in Gaza, where we buy the aid, and that same exact aid costs us $50, not $14 a box. So what we can learn from here, and what's great, is at some point when all this ends, Ukraine can be a supplier to produce food for aid organizations all throughout the world, right? And that would really, really benefit aid, because as there's less money going around, there's less agencies supporting, the loss of USAID, all that, and there's more wars, more conflicts, more disasters. If you could get the aid and the food a third of the price, you can help 300% people more, right? So that's the gist of it.
It's fascinating. Michael, can you tell us more about the recipients of your aid? How do you select which area you're going to aid, which supply? How do you select the recipients, and how does that mechanism work, the logistics?
Yeah. Well, today we support about 800,000 people throughout the front lines. And at this point, there's not much selection. Anyone who lives within a kilometer of the front line to 5 kilometers of the front line is obviously a candidate. And we try to support everybody that we can. Like I said, we're supporting, I think, 82% of the frontline region towns. So we're personally out there once a month, and I'm personally in those areas watching and speaking to those families. And I can tell you, if we didn't have to do this, we wouldn't do it. But those people at this present time have no other options. You can't even give them a money card because they would have nobody, no store to be able to go to and purchase the goods from, because everything is out there without electricity, anything. And we were just 3 weeks ago in Kherson, and there's still thousands of people living in bunkers in the red zones that refuse to leave. So there's a very, very big need still today, and it's important that everybody understands this.
So, Michael, when did you begin this work in Ukraine? Have you been here many, many years, the way Marcus has been? Or is it part of the work of the Buffett Foundation?
We arrived to the border, the Polish border in Medyka, the day after the war started. And we set up a tent there, and we started a relocation program for Ukrainian refugees. We relocated about 40,000 people to various countries. By April of 2022, I met the mayor of Bucha. We showed up with some trucks of food, and he told me blatantly, Ukrainian people are proud. This is very nice, but what we really need is help to rebuild right now. And if you can help us get the stores back open, then you won't need to bring these trucks of food anymore. So we immediately shifted to repairing schools, to rebuilding all of Oksana Street. Thank you, Jane. And Bucha came back to life, right? And then we never needed to send aid to Bucha again because we were part of helping to spawn its economy back up again by doing more construction. So that should tell you everything that you need to know, right? That once the Ukrainian towns are back up and running, then they need less humanitarian support.
That, you know, you're helping with housing, you're helping with the economic development of towns by helping open up small businesses, particularly stores that sell food. And obviously you're helping the investing in the agriculture business, in the food business. So that's how aid becomes an investment in the country. It's wonderful what you're doing, absolutely. I think we should give them a round of applause. Marcus, maybe you can tell us a little bit about how you've been, your foundation, the Bosch Foundation, has been working in Ukraine. You mentioned to me just previously that you've been in Ukraine since 1993, which means you really know the needs and you understand the needs of the country. But your work is framed as long-term support for civil society and resilience, including multi-year commitments directed to Ukrainian institutions. And when speed is demanded, what structures help you move quickly without losing accountability and learning in this whole process? Can you tell us about how you bring together all these elements to provide aid?
Do we have 2 hours? And then I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation with 40 sheets, and I try to keep it short. Thank you first for having me here. It's an honor to be on this stage. Yes, we are active for more than 30 years, the Bosch Foundation in Ukraine and with Ukraine. But the country has changed so much, especially after 2014. I think this was the tipping point in the development towards a liberal democracy in my reception. That I won't say that I know, or the Bosch Foundation knows, what is the need in Ukraine. But we have the partners, the Ukrainian ones, and some international ones, and they know what is best. And we trust them because they trust us. And I like very much in your introduction that you changed the topic from aid to investment, because aid is asymmetric. Aid is paternalistic. Investment is different. I would go a step further and call it partnership. Because our Ukrainian grantees are our partners and nothing else. Without them, we couldn't do anything in Ukraine, anything impactful or useful. I think this is the important point, to change this and change the whole narrative about Ukraine from a country in need and we bring something and they develop something and this is innovative, in wow, we have global challenges in the nucleus, in the focus in Ukraine. We find solutions for Ukraine, and maybe we could transfer or exchange them with the rest of the world. Because unfortunately, you know this better, the Ukrainians here, Ukraine at the moment is a laboratory for so many challenges. Sorry for using this word, but it is a fact. And from the laboratory, we could I think, share with others. To do this, even if we are the biggest German private foundation, we are extremely small in comparison with bigger US foundations, just to give an example. That means we have also to partner not only with Ukrainian partners, but also in the philanthropic sector. To give you two numbers from the US, I only have the numbers of the US. From all the amount of private money going to Ukraine since 22, 94% were spent in 22, 4% were spent in 23, 2% were spent in 24. There's such a decline because at the beginning it was emergency aid, and then there were other emergencies popping up: Gaza, Palestine, Sudan, floods over the world, earthquakes, and the troops are marching on to different. This is the way it goes in philanthropy, unfortunately. Yeah? We could discuss sustainability in philanthropy. So when the Bosch Foundation decided in 22 to set up a special division only focusing on Ukraine, the first task was also to convene philanthropy, international and Ukrainian philanthropy, and we set up with other foundations. Temati joined us and a lot of foundations, the platform called Foundations for Ukraine, which has the aim to collaborate, convene better, and make also advocacy.
And how do you fill that gap that's happening now, less aid every year?
So this question isn't easy to answer. We all were in a shock when USAID and others, the British government, the Dutch government, a lot of governments withdraw their funding for Ukraine at the beginning of 25. And but we saw at the end of the day that a lot of funding goes to three groups. Supporting the front line, this is something Michael could tell us more, the media, and watchdogs for rule of law. These are not the fields we are as Bosch Foundation active in. So our partners, we checked all of our partners, all were so resilient and sustainable that they could also survive without USAID and other international funding. But the lessons learned, we have to find different business models. You mentioned investments. There are some ideas. For example, we now launch, the Bosch Foundation together with the Ukrainian organization The Possible will launch in Voznesensk the first social impact bond ever in Ukraine. Just as an example, yeah, to bring all the social services, we're talking about the humanitarian sector, more into the business. Social enterprises. From Pilat, Yuri is here. Please contact him, one of our most trusted partners in the country, in the development from Ivano-Frankivsk. A lot of ideas to have different approaches to get investments, to make deals with governments, with international organizations, but we have to empower the Ukrainian organizations, which are already excellent, but for the last mile, to be able to find different and much more diverse and sustainable financial models.
You know, what's interesting is that your recipients become your partners. You call them your partners, and that's the way it should be. And in order to have success with your projects, your recipient has to be part of your partnership. And that's really important, and it's very impressive. I mean, you serve as a model for other organizations that want to help in Ukraine.
Let me make one remark regarding success. We have a special tool in the foundation for not only Ukrainian organizations, for their organizational development, because for me this is the future we have to invest aside of humanitarian aid and response, which is more necessary than ever this winter. And this tool especially said you don't have to be successful, you're allowed to fail. If you want to be innovative, if you want to prove something new, you have the right to fail. Yeah? It's just that we learn together. Yeah? So we give financial and also other resources to Ukrainian partners that they could elaborate, they could test and pilot. And maybe at the end they see, it doesn't work. Sorry, but this is not, it's always painful, yeah, if you're not successful. But it's not the focus on being successful, but the focus is on being curious, engaged, and innovative.
And I'm just curious, is your work concentrated more on closer to the front lines and in the front lines or throughout the country?
No, throughout the country. No difference. We have a special interest to being outside the bigger centers. So we are doing not that much in Kiev. Some partners are in Kiev, but it's all over Ukraine. The country is so fascinating, so diverse, so many opportunities. It would be a pity if we only focus on one region. And if you talk to the people in Western Ukraine, they said all the aid goes only to the front line. And if you talk to the people in the eastern and southern part, they tell you the same thing, vice versa. All the investments go only to the west. So maybe we even have a small focus on central Ukraine. Khmelnytsky, Ternopil, Mykolaiv. So cities people don't have on the radar usually, and I really like this to be there and see what potential is there.
Yeah, and Michael, and your work, is it centered more, focused more on closer to the front line or the east of Ukraine?
In food distributions, it's most placement program. It's all throughout Ukraine. Wherever there's a missile that hits and blows something up, we have to go and fix it.
Fascinating. I would like to turn to Svetlana because they are doing absolutely tremendous work with soldiers and veterans, and this is work that it's the soldiers and veterans that are going to be leading Ukraine, and they are going to be the ones that are going to be in leading positions in government, in civil society, in business once the war is over, which I believe is going to be over one day soon. So maybe Svetlana, you can tell us about this fascinating and just huge work that you're doing with soldiers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marta, but maybe I'll come back from the story how we ended up working mainly with soldiers and veterans, because Viktor Pinchuk Foundation is a stable foundation working with Ukraine over 20 years. We have many projects, some of them devoted to education, some of them devoted to promoting Ukraine on international arena, like this one of the projects we're doing together with the partners, Ukraine House Davos. And when the full-scale invasion started, the first response we did was actually not with soldiers and veterans. We created Ukraine Relief Fund. Was a it was a fast response to the needs for civilians who suffered from the war. It is still exists in this fund. It's not as active as, for example, Michael is working now. We're not so active now with this, but we're still working supporting civilians. It was different. It was food kits. It was medical issues. It was created together with support with huge American investors like Eric Schmidt, Bill Ford, and others joined just, I think, 7 days since the full-scale invasion started. We already had, like, I think, $6 or $7 million, to start off immediately. But then somewhere in a few months, we realized absolutely that there are so many people wounded in the country, specifically the soldiers, and there's so many people that would need this help, and this was coming to the question of investment in the human capital. We realized that these people need help. And we started thinking like where we can be really useful. And Victor and Lena Pinchuk, they actually presented on Christie's, it's in London, they presented the work of Jeff Koons' Balloon Monkey. And it was presented actually immediately with a way that we're going to be spending all this money to help the wounded soldiers. So it was sold for $11 and $8 million, and this was the start of the funding of the project. And the first project created is called Recovery, actually. And it is focused on creating a network of rehabilitation centers in Ukraine, which is, I find, one of the best examples of public-private partnership in the country, because it's not private sectors, it's a charity project. We're building them built on state hospitals. But opening these centers is just a start for us, because it's not a project about repairs in architecture. So we're investing most time into education of doctors, into controlling the quality, into bringing best world practices in the centers, creating our own practices and stuff. So if shortly results, today we have 18 centers operating throughout the country. If you had a question on the regions, we work in most of the regions. We just don't work on the front lines, and it's not because only of security reasons. It's more as rehabilitation for wounded people requires some at least more or less calm conditions. The war is everywhere in the country, but if you're close to the front line, just from a medical point of view, wouldn't be so effective to recover physically. And so now we have area center with over 40,000 soldiers who recovered and veterans, and all of them have different aims. Part of them recovered to go back to the front line and protect us. So it's people whose wounds still allow them to be part of our military troops. And many of them, actually, I have to say, in traditional army, might even be questions if they're allowed to go back. But they want to go back so strongly. You can find people who lose hands and still learn with the other hand to hold the arms, and keep on fighting. We see people without legs. They obviously cannot be on the front line, but can do the back office in the army. So, and it's really amazes the way they do. And for us, it's also a big investment really into their future, because they all have to find themselves. Unfortunately, lots of people who work with, they have really severe wounds, and they will not be, unfortunately, able to come back to the front line. But part of our job is to connect them and to integrate deeper after the medical part into the society, to make sure they find themselves in other ways to work. So it's 40,000 people, but it's not a number for me personally, because I'm deeply in these centers. It's a story of each person who didn't walk, started walking, who didn't speak, said hello to me for the first time, somebody who managed to keep a child in the hands who never did that before, so it's concrete results for concrete people. And then in a while, when the project started being rather stable, we worked deeply on the policy with the government. We're working with the Office President, Ministry of Health, all the ministries, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Internal Affairs. So, we came deeply into the rehabilitation topic in the country. We realized we need to do the second step. It's not because we have nothing to do. It's just because we think country still strongly needs and we can be effective. So, and Victor and Lena Pinchuk again started thinking about what can be the next step. And we thought, the best way to get is to again speak to soldiers and veterans. And we went to our hospitals, started speaking, asking for their needs. What would there be advice, what's the most needed? Obviously, unfortunately, as a private foundation, we can't provide arms, deeply. We do help some brigades, but we cannot bring tanks to them, or F-16s, so it's not something we can do. But we went to mental health. We realized that this is one of the biggest challenges now, the mental health issue. And it's not only about military, obviously. Civilians also need this help, and there are separate initiatives. But First Lady of the country is leading, like in general, the field of mental health support in the country. But still, there is no infrastructure, and moreover, there are no professionals to provide this aid. So we started the project with mental health, and we call it Returning, which has double meaning for us. For somebody, it's returning to themselves. For somebody, it's returning to home after the army. For somebody, it's returning to army. But anyway, at the moment, we already have 10 centers operating and 15 more to come in the coming year, and maybe even more. So in the first stage, we'll build 25 of them, again, throughout the country, built on state hospitals, and the core is education, education, education. And my last point, sorry for being so long, I'll try to be short, is just last year, I think we realized completely that it's no longer the time when we, as Ukraine, at least in terms of rehabilitation, we're going internationally to get the practices. We went for a trip to the 4 European countries in December with our fantastic doctors. We were positioned, this is exchange of knowledge, but at the end of the day, it became Ukrainians teaching other professionals. Exactly. Because unfortunately, to severe conditions and the types of trauma and number of trauma, we have to develop new methods. We have incredible just experience, and with different things, I don't know, pain management. Every soldiers and veterans, they have this problem, and we're just obliged to build new methods to work with the pain management. I don't know, there are new phobias like drone phobia, which never existed at the medical part, and our mental health specialists didn't work with this, and it is there now, and our Ukrainian doctors are now the first ones to publish articles in states about that, because we're the only one who are having this experience for specific phobia and specific therapies, approaches, how you manage that, And that's why, again, all the obstacles made us creative, innovative, and now we're really not only recipients, but we really can deliver lots to the world. Thank you, and again, sorry for being so long.
No, that was going to... Yeah.
Thank you.
Obviously, post-traumatic stress is a huge problem, and soldiers in other countries are also suffering from this problem. But you're really building systems. It's not individual cases. It's a whole system in the country. And you mentioned already how you went to other countries and you can teach them. For example, with the United States, did you have a chance to work with some of the veterans' hospitals in the United States? I'm sure that they can learn a lot from the experience in Ukraine.
Well, obviously, when we started, we were getting the best knowledges everywhere, including the States. I don't know, pain management. I managed one of the first education projects we did with Michigan University, where we brought our doctors, because they have a story department on pain management, and they were getting that knowledge, At the beginning, we were grabbing information everywhere, anywhere. You want to go Israel, you want to go to Europe, you just grab everything, because non-medical system in the world would cope with such increase of need, because it wasn't like about 10-20% increase. It was in times, in one day you have a capacity to provide rehabilitation to 10,000, another day you already need 50,000, and week passes 100,000. Nobody could cope with it, and I think we actually were quite effective, and now we actually can. I mean, there are still problems. Obviously, it's not ideal picture, but it's definitely a big step forward in the country now in this field.
Yeah, well, I can see your personal commitment and passion into the project, and that's why it works. But there's a personal commitment by each one of you in the work you're doing, and it's so important to be involved in it like that. Well, Christia, maybe you can tell us a little bit about the work of Temerty Foundation in Ukraine, and also about your the model that you're using, which is, you're pooling resources together and pooling foundations and funds together to continue your work, also health-related. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about this.
Sure. So thank you to Ukraine House, to the organizers for having us. Just a little bit of background, we're a Canadian We're a Canadian charity. It's a family foundation started by James and Louise Temerty in 1997, and we've been working on projects in Ukraine since that time, and the organization is now led by their daughter, Leah, and I'm responsible for all projects that have anything to do with Ukraine globally. But for today, I'll focus on the work that we do within Ukraine, and similar to Marcus, we work through partnerships, and for us, our giving isn't transactional, it's relational. And so we work with Ukrainians, we partner with them, and we build relationships with them, and we learn from them. And we've learned so much, and we've grown and developed with our Ukrainian partners as the war has changed and needs have changed. The needs are still great, and emergency assistance is still great. I think I read in the latest OCHA report that 10.8 million civilians need help right now in some form or another, and I know GEM is making a huge impact in that. So thank you. Thank you to GEM and all the other organizations. But I think for us, the reason we're so involved and will continue to be involved is because the people of Ukraine are so inspiring. And we're so grateful to every person who stayed in the country, whether that's somebody who's, picking up garbage, or if, they're working at the presidential administration. Everybody has a role in sustaining Ukraine's economy and keeping the country going and ultimately leading to freedom for Ukraine. And so we feel incumbent upon us as citizens of the world to support Ukrainians, to work with them, to learn from them, and to invest in them. And we do that now really by focusing on Ukrainian-led organizations. So we partner with organizations like Gen Ukrainian, Veteran Hub, and the Olena Zelenska Foundation, just to name a few. We do have international partners as well, like the Ukrainian World Congress. I saw Dora here earlier from Brazil. But really what we want to do is get the money into the hands of Ukrainians to address the needs that only they can understand the best. And so that's the model we work with, and we'll continue to do so. We were in Ukraine for many years leading up to now, and we plan to be in Ukraine for a long time, even past freedom, and to help with the recovery. The pooled fund that you mentioned, Marta, so I think Marcus may have alluded to it already, but we're part of a platform called Foundations for Ukraine, and through that platform, different philanthropic organizations from around the world have gotten together, had the opportunity to exchange ideas, thoughts, share due diligence in some cases. And Marcus also approached a number of us and suggested that we get together and do a pooled fund for mental health and psychosocial support in Ukraine, because it's there's such need in the country right now. And so through the leadership of the Bosch Foundation and some others, we've come together and formed a pooled fund that over the next 3 years will help local grassroots organizations be able to access international funding that they may not have otherwise had the opportunity to access. And they can do this through one portal, so it's less bureaucracy and less cumbersome for them. And one report to all of us. So there's 6 of us right now. We hope to grow that. So if there's anyone in the room who would like to know more, we'd love to have you join us. But the most important part is that the implementing partner of this fund is a Ukrainian organization called Ednanya, and they will be the ones bringing in the grants, reviewing them, and really giving us their expert advice on how the funding should be spent, and we're grateful to them as a partner.
Can you tell us a little more about this organization, Yednanya? I think that most people are unaware that there is such an organization.
I'll let Marcus, he has the closest relationship with them, so.
Yeah, actually the whole name is Isa Ednanya, and the transcription is from International Soviet American, Orissia, could you help me? International Soviet American relationship or something like this. So you see, this is from, the legacy is from very long time ago. So they still have Isa, but and there are also other Isa Ednanyas in other former Soviet republics. They were supported at the beginning by USAID, I think, and other international organizations, and they are one of the most experienced, let's call them grant makers in Ukraine. So they have a track record of also 30 years, or even more, of course, almost 40 years. There are also other organizations in Ukraine, Rokada, so just to name some of them. They're not the only one, but they have a focus also on mental health, very experienced. And we have one fiscal sponsor on the western side, giving the money to them. They hand it over to the implementing partner, Isa and Nanya, and we are all out of decision making.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're really trying to empower our partners through this fund.
So one of the comments that I hear often is that people think that so much of their donation goes toward operations and that it doesn't really all go to the recipients. Obviously, it can't all go to the recipients, but it seems to me that you are working in a way that cutting out the middlemen, the middle people, as much as possible, so that aid goes really directly to the recipients.
Yeah, and I think even just having a Ukrainian partner as the implementing grant maker provides jobs and investment into the country itself. So I'm grateful to Marcus because he pulled us in. This is the first pooled fund that we've done, but so far it's been a very good experience, and we'll likely look forward to doing more work together.
Can you tell us something about how collaboration helps and what difficulties you find? Are there any difficulties that you're finding in collaborations?
I mean, it's a process. This has taken us many, many months because we're all governed by different laws in each of our countries. And so when we look at creating an MOU or creating the paperwork that actually papers these funds, it's a lot of work. And creating just the framework of the fund itself and how it's going to operate in the grant-making process has been a lot of work, but we believe that the impact will be much greater. It'll be broader and it will be streamlined. And this way we each know, when funds are decreasing, like Marcus said, we can be sure that our funding is being maximized.
Yeah. When the U.S. government pulled out USAID, this had I'm sure, a huge impact here in Ukraine, just like in the United States. Can you tell us something about how you try to fill in that gap that was created by USAID pulling out, because they really invested a lot in Ukraine?
Is this a question to me still?
Well, any one of you.
I would say we don't try to fill the gap. We continue in the work that we're doing. We continue to look for partnerships and help Ukrainians, but the gap is so huge that philanthropy would really struggle to fill it. But by trying to find innovative ways, by consistently backing Ukrainian-led organizations and empowering our partners, we try to do the best we can so that the aid that we are providing is going further. I don't know if anybody wants to add to that.
No, I could only agree. Just to give you two numbers, the Bosch Foundation is the biggest private philanthropic supporter of Ukraine in Germany. Our annual budget is €4 million. This is a lot of money for our foundation. This is nothing. In comparison, the GIZ, the German Corporation for International, the German Association for International Cooperation, has an annual budget for Ukraine of 4 billion. Just to show you the relationship. So when this happened with USAID, and the Bosch Foundation is active in different parts of the world, as well as in Sub-Sahara, you could imagine what it means. We can't fill the gap. We supported our grantees and partners which were directly affected, that they could sustain and survive, or at least could fade out, and not dramatically shut down overnight. But and as I could only refer to Christina, and then help our partners in their organizational development that they find different approaches, a bigger, higher diversification of funding sources. Sorry, but we can't fill the gap. There were some initiatives also in Europe to build up a fund of 500 million euro philanthropic money to fill up the gap. And I said, again, this is 500 million in comparison to only the German state funding for Ukraine is nothing. So stop it.
Yeah, I would just quickly add to that, Marta. One of the things that we encourage our partners to do in dialogue is to have multiple sources of funding. We actually look for that in partners as well, because it's important that partners have diversified sources of income. Could we fund a project ourselves? Probably, sure. Do we think that's the best way to operate? No. We prefer to work in partnership.
So the impact of USAID leaving Ukraine is huge. It's very difficult to match that, and it must be felt by society and by all the organizations that were working with USAID.
I think Michael could probably comment on sort of the gaps that he sees better.
Well, the UN agencies, World Food Program, right, and so on, sectors that we're in. So we noticed that the World Food Program was starting to scale down. In the beginning, they did about 80% of the food. We did 20% of the food. Then it was about half and half. And then when USAID stopped funding World Food Program for Ukraine, they had to cut down drastically, and then that had to be compensated. So thanks to our partnership again with Howard G. Buffett, and he's an incredible person, we had to go in there and fill that, because otherwise those people would be starving out in the front line. But nobody's happy about it, and it's extremely expensive to have to do something like that. But he filled that particular gap.
Yeah.
So we're grateful.
So with these issues that exist, if there would be one thing that you could change or suggest for the international community to enter and to contribute here in Ukraine, what would it be? How could we handle that?
So I believe in private and public partnerships, right? I think they're the smartest. We did it in Bucha, we did it in Voxana Street. As you know, there's people that once lived in Mariupol, now they can't. A lot of them chose to stay on the side of Ukraine, and a lot of them stayed on the side of, which is now Russian occupation. So we were supporting towns like in small cities like Bakhmut and Avdiivka, right? And then now those heads, those administration heads, are with the exiled IDP community of the Avdiivka community, the Bakhmut community. They're all spread out throughout Ukraine, right? And we're helping them now. So this is a very important topic, because when this war is over at some point in time, right, this is going to be one of Ukraine's biggest internal problems that they're going to have to deal with. You're going to have 8 million people who basically chose to stay on one side, gave up everything, and left. So what we've been doing now, this is a brand new model that we're doing. We're going to the government, and we're saying, okay, look, you don't want to have this on you. You must own a whole bunch of buildings, right? There must be developers that started building buildings, and then they stopped building them, and now you own them. You give them to our organization, okay? So now we're gonna go in, thanks for the free building. This has 200 units in it. We're gonna go spend $5 million a building, right? We're gonna put a roof on it, windows, everything that it needs to become a beautiful home. And then we go to those refugee IDP centers, and we vet, right, the family, the elderly family that is from Bakhmut, that now for 2 years has been in a shelter, and they've had it up to here, and we're going to give them an apartment. But it's not going to be the worst thing when you are living in a shelter is not knowing what will happen next year. Letting someone stay somewhere they will continue to need the mental therapy forever because that anxiety of not knowing. Giving someone something is a completely different ballgame. So we've managed to convince the Ukrainian government, which is incredible actually, that once you give our organization these buildings, we will retitle all the units back out to the people, right? So now the recipient is receiving a free apartment, right? Forever. And once you do that, you will see that that is a sign of relief for people in Ukraine that's incredible. Another thing we've been doing in that sector is a window replacement program, which has been extremely needed, and we didn't think it was that needed. But every single time Putin sends a missile into a building, that building is usually extremely damaged. But what most people don't know is that the shock waves of that missile blow out the windows in almost everything around the block and sometimes 2 blocks away. So rather than buying windows from all these different vendors in Europe that tried to sell us windows, we took window manufacturing plants that were in Ukraine that went completely out of business because of the war, and we put them back in business. And we said, make us 5,000 to 10,000 windows per month. So it created jobs, and they produce windows. And we have them in every single shape and size that you can imagine. So every time there's a situation, no matter where it is in Ukraine, we're able to show up with our teams either that day or the next day, have a community meeting with everybody, and say, it's going to be okay. We're going to replace your windows. You're not going to freeze to death. And we usually do it in like 2 to 3 weeks. So we've replaced 330,000 windows in Ukraine right now during the war. A lot of people say, but aren't you afraid that these buildings are going to, get blown up a second time? And out of 2,200 structures that we've repaired, only 11 have been hit again. So when you look at that equation and that risk versus investment, it hasn't been that risky. So we continue to do this.
So your investment has really become a success and giving an opportunity for Ukrainian business to thrive
not only
as
is
well.
it creating jobs, keeping people busy, keeping people in their homes, it's also saving Ukraine an enormous amount of money, because as soon as they're out of their building and now they're the basic responsibility of a government-run shelter, it's going to cost a lot more than $300 to replace a window, right? It's going to cost an enormous amount of money to keep all those people in different shelters. So you want to premeditatively reverse a potential ever-growing IDP crisis by keeping them in their homes if they can.
Yeah. So we mentioned how the private and public partnership is desired. Can you tell us a little more about how the Ukrainian government and which ministries are working with you? Marcus?
So we have not directly. So we have a focus on civil society and non-governmental organizations, and sometimes we collaborate with local governments. But actually, we see our role in supporting these civil actors. So beyond local governments, there are no connections. It's not against them, but we see ourselves as a civil society organization, even if we're a corporate foundation, and therefore we seek our partners there. We need, let's call them conveners. The cross-sectoral, Michael already mentioned, which is extremely important, isn't that easy doing, neither in Ukraine nor in Germany or in the US. So, and it's good to have conveners on the ground. It could be a governmental institution, it could be an enterprise, it could be an NGO, which is in the situation to convene the 3 sectors to collaborate. You have to build up trust. There is distrust between the sectors over generations, and this, therefore, I highly appreciate a very much locally approach on these things.
Svetlana, obviously you are collaborating very closely with the government, with national hospitals. Can you tell us a little bit about it? And which ministry are you dealing with?
Well, formally, if we look at our, let's say, documents and how we work with local governments because we create hospitals mainly, or local governments or the ministries which own the location. So basically, it's locals plus Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Internal Affairs. That's the institutions that have and the venues where we build the hospitals. But the thing is, what we are doing with the recovery projects, when we were starting this process, it was basically one-way deal. You know, you have it, we build it, and you just make sure you have people and pay them salaries, and the rest is ours. Which is now, when we build a center already, every local government has obligations as well. For example, we do everything inside, but they obliged to provide entrance that will be accessible for veterans with everybody to enter. You know, it should be nice, so they invest in money as well with us. So we started moving forward that we do it co-investments in a way, you know, I mean, at least they're attached. But we're working more with the other institutions on the level of policies, regulations, you know, creating rules for the field and that stuff. And it's everybody who's connected.
Yeah, well, it's fantastic, the work that you're doing, and especially because it's civil society, it's the private sector that's helping so much. And we need to do more to get the international community involved, but of course, with all the crises throughout the world, it's very difficult. And especially, we need to bring more attention to Ukraine, as other parts of the world need help as well. But we need to do our part in bringing focus on Ukraine continuously. And thank you for the tremendous work you're doing. It's just, I marvel at the energy, the ideas, the collaboration. So congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your stories, and I do hope that you will find additional partners, you know, here in Davos in order to support Ukraine further. Thank you so much. So these are the small, you know, presents from the Ukrainian designers to keep you warm in Davos, as our tradition for many, many years. And I kindly ask everyone to stay with us, because the next panel will start at 12:30 here, and we will discuss how to bring our children back. So this is an important topic, and I would really like you to be engaged, you know, on this panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Ukraine House Davos. Our next panel will be dedicated to children, to the Ukrainian children that are currently outside of Ukraine for different reasons. And we need to bring them back because they are our future and they are our leadership. And these are the children that we take care of. So I would like to announce our next panel, Bring Ukraine Children's Home, and the moderator of the panel, Steve Moore, founder, Ukraine Freedom Project. The floor is yours.
I'll let you keep that. Hi, I'm Stephen Moore. I'm the founder of the Ukraine Freedom Project, and I came to Ukraine on day 5 of the war because I had Ukrainian friends and I just wanted to help. And I stuck around for that first year doing humanitarian aid, and I recognized that there was a lot of bad information getting into the conservative ecosphere. American Republicans, American Christians, American conservatives were not hearing good information about what was happening in Ukraine. And I've been a Republican operative all my life. I spent 7 long years as a chief of staff to a Republican member of Congress. And so I know Republicans, I know how they think, and so I started communicating key messages with Republicans. And I've run Republican campaigns, and what we've done is we poll information. The Russians spend $2 billion annually on disinformation, and we don't have that kind of money. So we poll everything we say to make sure it's effective in moving public opinion. And we've been successful. We just recently got a poll back just yesterday. Well, let me start this. I was here last year, if anyone remembers, and we had talked about our movie, A Faith Under Siege. And at that point, it was just 60 hours of footage, and now it's a movie, it's a series of movies, and the poll that we got back yesterday shows that 3 million Americans have seen our movie, A Faith Under Siege, which talks about Ukraine's Christians being persecuted by the Russians. And the key messages are Christians being persecuted, children being abducted, and winning. Ukraine is winning, and when you tell people that, they want to support Ukraine. Americans love a winner. So, so talking about how Ukraine is suffering, not good messaging. Talking about how Ukraine is winning, good messaging. So the next thing we've done is we are making a short film for Angel Studios. It's called Ukraine Stolen Children. It's starring Megan Mobbs, who is a prominent figure in Republican politics, and she has a NGO that she works with here in Ukraine. And it's going on Angel Studios, which is Netflix for Christians. 2 million conservative Christians subscribe to that channel, and they're going to see our content about Ukraine's Christians and Ukraine's children. So, so that sets the stage for what we're doing. We're talking about Ukraine's stolen children, and it's not only because it's the right thing to do, but because it is good messaging. It helps build support for Ukraine, and it helps Ukraine win. So we're going to start out by showing the movie, 2 minutes and 52 seconds. We're going to show you that, and then we're going to go into our panel. And on a personal note, I want to introduce Anna Shvetsova. Anna is the Chief Operating Officer of the Ukraine Freedom Project and the Chief Operating Officer of my life. And this no, this one over here. And yeah. Yeah. So Anna and I met 3 years ago in 2023 in this room. And so we're working together and we're starting life together. And so we are a Davos couple, Davos Ukraine House Davos couple. So thank you. With that, I'll show you the movie.
І початку повномасштабного вторгнення в мене було плюс-мінус звичайне життя підлітка. Цілком і повністю, тобто всі мої плани.
When you're in the American military, you're taught that your values are everything. You have to deeply believe in what you're fighting for. In February of 2022, I knew that the fight for my generation was in Ukraine.
Putin's core idea is to use Ukrainian children as the source for new generation of Russian soldiers.
100,000 children stolen and taken.
Parents were killed, and after that, children were deported.
А була ціль вивезти всіх дітей. Have you seen this? Russia has a catalog of Ukrainian children. Oh my God.
Like Amazon for selling kids.
Sorted by eye and hair color, by traits, and you can literally select a child. We're talking about human trafficking. There's so many people involved. This isn't just like one off or one person. This is a coordinated effort across the Russian government. Can you imagine as a mom opening this and seeing your child, that someone could just go in and search for them and pick them? Who brings them home? But I've heard of an organization called Save Ukraine.
Save Ukraine is one by one saving them from Russia captivity. To provide this rescue, it's not easy. We build communication with the children from social media to plan their escape.
So next step is to prepare documents, passport, medical documents.
We have to develop a route from occupation or from Russia, and then we bring them to Ukraine.
This is me and my grandmother.
Look at this.
Ну, що він біля мене, розумієте?
Життя кожної дитини – це було моє життя. So if we turn a blind eye to this, if we look away from what is happening, I think we're all complicit.
Але хочу сказати, що світу треба нарешті зрозуміти, що тут скоїться.
The scope and scale is massive.
We are fighting for not only for children, we are fighting for future of Ukraine.
I think you're fighting for the future of all of us.
Great. So we've got several panelists. I'll just, they're coming out. And we've got with us today Paige Ferenkov. Paige leads the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab investigations on Ukraine's children in Russian custody. Most notably, the lab's work on Russian deportation, re-education, and unlawful adoption of Ukraine's children contributed to the International Criminal Court's arrest warrants for our good friend Vladimir Putin and Russia's Presidential Commissioner for Children's Rights, Maria Lvova-Belova. So, Paige, why don't you come on out? So everyone here is related. Paige's work doing the work, the academic work, the study of this is real key in our work in promoting it. Next, we've got Erica Beatty. Eric is a managing partner of IA Global Capital and co-chair of the board of Save Ukraine. It's a Ukrainian NGO that does the frontline work of getting kids back from Russia. Save Ukraine has rescued more than 1,000 Ukrainian kids from Russia. Eric, come on out. And these guys, again, are doing the frontline work. Also, Kaylin Robertson. Kaylin is an Irish journalist based in Ukraine who is best known, perhaps even celebrated, for his confrontational style with Russian propagandists. It's super fun to watch. In 2025, he received an honorary ambassador award for Ukraine presented by First Lady Olena Zelenska, recognizing his contribution to Ukraine's international visibility through journalism. Kaylin, come on out. And Kaylin's an expert on the Russian propaganda around this issue. With us on Zoom, Maxim Maximov, the head of projects for Bring Kids Back Ukraine, which is the national action plan launched by President Zelensky to secure the return of deported Ukrainian children. In December 2025, he testified before the U.S. Senate Appropriations Committee regarding the systematic abduction and indoctrination by Ukrainian children by Russia. And so, Maxime, we're good to see you on Zoom. Thanks for coming. And last, but by nowhere near least, Megan Mobbs, who is, she's a prominent political figure in conservative and Republican politics. She has, she's the president of the R.T. Weatherman Foundation, which has been in Kyiv since March of 2022, and she is just an incredible advocate for Ukraine. So thanks, Megan. Thanks for coming with us. So, Megan, I'd like to start with you, actually, because you're in the movie. One of the reasons we recruited you to be in our movie is because you are, and you're hardly an average American, but you're American. And you had not been very familiar with this issue. It's not something you'd worked on. So we wanted your genuine reactions when you learned about this stuff. So tell us what those genuine reactions were when you were doing the filming.
Well, first, Stephen, thank you so much for the opportunity to be a part of this incredible project. Thank you to everyone at Ukraine House, at Davos. I wish I was with you. I'm so sorry I'm not there. But please know my heart is with all of you, especially in these moments, and especially as Kyiv and all of Ukraine is facing a very, very difficult time. Just quite frankly, I wasn't aware of the scope. To your point, Stephen, I am steeped in American policy. Like you said, I've been in Ukraine since March of 2022, and I had heard on the periphery this issue. I had heard about taking Ukrainian children, and I knew just enough to understand that it was bad. This experience, speaking to so many people, speaking to so many families, has just shown me the scope and scale of the horror of this. And I think that in particular, the film focuses on that. It shows how systematic this is across all of Russian government. And what I really hope folks take away as well from this film is that this is orchestrated. Its intent is not just to take the children, it's to weaponize them, and the consequences of that are catastrophic. And I think it said it in the trailer. If we turn a blind eye to this, this is a condemnation of every Western nation who professes to uphold values in our belief system.
Thank you for that. Eric, I'd like to turn to you. Save Ukraine is in the trenches. Your organization actually takes Ukrainian children from the occupied territories, from Russia, and brings them back to their families. So, tell us a little bit more about that. And also, what do you think that the impact of the abducted children on the peace negotiations coming up? Witkoff talked about peace negotiations. How do you think Ukraine's kidnapped children are going to play into that?
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Ukraine House, and thank you for everybody on this panel who are trying to help on this issue. The most vulnerable victims of what Putin has launched are the children. And it's not just the children, but it's their families. To focus and to target abduction of orphanages. In the early days of the war, the Chechens were trying to seize orphanages to use them as human shields. To focus on tricking parents, coercing them, forcing them to have their children be taken into Russian families really starts the definitional structure of human trafficking. This is a horrible, horrible thing that has occurred. Mykola Kuleba, who was the former Deputy Commissioner of Children of Ukraine, focused on trying to evolve the way that the Ukrainian children's welfare systems and school systems were being built in a post-Soviet era. When the war broke out, the recent war, he raced into the capital, in the worst possible place you could be in those few days, to grab all the ribbons and seals and maps of where these orphanages were to try and help children get across the border. But in those moments, until now, what Mykola has built is an organization which has rescued over 100,000 children and families inside Ukraine from combat zones. What they realized early on were that these abducted children could also be rescued. So it began as a march of grandmothers, literally enabling grandmothers to be trained to surreptitiously get into Crimea, never identify they were affiliated with Save Ukraine, and get children out that were impacted by grandmothers who were killed. The FSB questioned one for 14 hours until she dropped dead. And then they pushed her on the street and said, now that child is an orphan. Another grandmother who had flown into Sharenko, again, was going through the process, again, had a heart attack and died. They said she committed suicide. This is what they did. So after a period of time, it was no longer possible to rescue these children by this process. And now we have a whole different process that has been created, which is an underground railroad. The same thing Canada did for US slavery. That's what now has happened with people in occupied territories helping. So somehow or another, we've now enabled the rescue of about 1,100 children, of about the 1,900 who've been rescued from Russia. But that's not the problem. The problem, as Steve just started to describe, is that there's over 1 million Ukrainian children that are inside these occupied territories. This is a generational problem. The new Iron Curtain has descended across Europe, and it's not anywhere but directly through Ukraine. The people on the other side of that, these children, are being militarized. They're using nationalization as another coercion tactic. There was a young woman who was 19 in a hospital giving birth. She needed a C-section. She was told while she's in labor, unless she takes on a Russian passport, she's not getting a C-section. She does. Her child's born. She's healthy, child's healthy. She's told she can't leave the hospital with her baby unless the baby is registered as a Russian citizen. The use of nationalization as a weapon of Russia is what Putin is trying to do. So we have to figure out, and as Witkoff goes off to Moscow today, we have to figure out how to keep this issue of children front and center for a generation. Because we've gone from contacting children directly to say, hey, we can help you get out, where children are afraid to talk to us, and they started to believe the ridiculous stuff that they're being told. We have to think about what's going to happen for a generation of Ukrainians, not dissimilar to what happened post-Holocaust, where it took people 20, 30 years to realize that they were Jewish and to want to get out. And that's something we have to focus on. So Senator Graham and Senator Klobuchar in the US have tried to focus on this issue to some extent, and they've tried to say the US should not have a treaty and be part of a treaty unless this issue is going to be included. But we don't know where that's going. And today, as Senator Witkoff ran out, I asked him, are you going to talk about the Ukrainian children? And he's rushing. He didn't say anything. So I think we need to keep this pressure up. This is a mechanism for it, the movie, but that's part of what can be an action plan as we think about what that future is. We were going to keep getting children out. Last year was 500. This year we're hoping for 1,000. It's a drop, but any support is welcome.
Thanks for that, Eric. And Paige, I'm going to go to you. What you have done, the work of tracking these children. You've tracked 35,000 Ukrainian children who have been abducted by the Russians. Tell us how that goes. And you just came out of hiding, as I understand it. This is your coming out party, isn't it?
Yes, it essentially is.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, prior to this panel, I had been an anonymous investigator on our team, identifying the children that Russia has stolen and essentially investigating Russia's deportation and abduction of Ukraine's children. And that's what the Yale Humanitarian Lab focuses on. We identify the kids that have been taken, the dates they were taken, how they were taken, all the different locations in Russia where these kids were placed and moved in the middle of the night, and also the perpetrators facilitating this abduction of children. And so this is something that the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab has really, really honed in on and focused on over the last couple of years. And one of the things that we're increasingly talking about on this panel and that is increasingly happening is the re-education and militarization of Ukraine's children. And Russia is subjecting these kids that they've abducted to this mass Russification where kids are being told that Ukraine doesn't exist and that they are being essentially trained for Russia's military, where these kids are undergoing militarization and these pro-Kremlin programs to essentially prepare them for military in Russia, or they're being placed in the Russian education system once they are abducted from Ukraine. And so our focus in our investigation is identifying an estimated 35,000 children that have been taken to Russia since the full-scale invasion and what these children are exposed to, the types of military training, the types of indoctrination and re-education, and their unlawful placement in Russian families.
Thank you for that. Maxime. You can tell that Maxime is joining us from Kyiv because he's got a heavy sweater on and it's zipped up all the way to his neck. So thanks for zooming in with us. We know you got important work to do there, and appreciate you taking the time. Bring Kids Back UA, that's the President's initiative, and I think this is key. This shows how important this issue is to Ukraine, to the Ukrainian government, and the Ukrainian people, because President Zelensky has created this organization to focus on Ukraine's children that are being kidnapped by the Russians. Tell us what you do and tell us what you're seeing.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Ukraine House, for having me. Greetings from Kyiv to everyone, basically. Yeah, indeed, I represent the Bring Kids Back UA initiative launched by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. It's a national program that unites the efforts of state institutions, civil society organizations, and international partners to trace, return, and reintegrate Ukrainian children stolen by Russia. As a coordinating platform, we operate across the full spectrum of work, from identifying children and working through diplomatic and operational channels to get them back, to long-term reintegration and international accountability. This position gives us a system-level understanding of what Ukrainian children endure under Russian control, both in occupied territories and in Russia itself. And what we see is that the policy against Ukrainian children from the Russian Federation is not a side effect of the war. It is a part of a broader strategy aimed at erasing the identity of the youngest Ukrainians and reshaping the future of Ukraine. And combating this policy is the essence of our work.
I love that. Thank you for that. Kaylin, tell us about what you do, man. And again, I said he confronts Russian propagandists. He confronts Russian propagandists on this issue. I urge everyone to follow him. It's exciting, heartening, makes you feel good. So tell us more about what you've done on this issue.
No, thanks. So I realized a while ago, since I started reporting in Ukraine, that another aspect of Russian lies is about children. Obviously, they did it in Bucha, they've done it in Mariupol, covering up all of their war crimes, and now they're really starting to do it with this, lying and pretending that it's not happening or saying that it's exaggerated. And they're doing that by getting people who are pro-Russian or Russian paid or Russian propagandists all across Europe in our politics, in our media. People like Phidias, who's a Cyprus MEP that I confronted a while ago inside European Parliament, and they have them downplay these things and say that it's either exaggerated, or what Phidias actually admit was that the children that were kidnapped and abducted would prefer to be in Russia and prefer to be with their kidnappers, which was a mask-off moment for him to admit to me. And it's quite rare and quite difficult to get these interviews normally. With Phidias, I think he thought that I was just like a TikToker and I wasn't going to do like a proper investigative, report on him. So when he agreed to do the interview, he didn't expect to be pushed so hard. And he wanted to do it on his own terms, filmed by his own people, so it could be selectively edited. But I got into Parliament beforehand, put 2 seats next to each other right in the middle of the building, and so he couldn't escape, and basically grilled him on this issue. But Phidias is, that was a really important report, because millions of his followers, a lot of people in Cyprus television reported on this, saw him for what he really was, saw his mindset about this, and his reach has gone down dramatically since then. He's put out a lot less Russian propaganda. But the main problem is there are a lot more people like him that exist in our media and in our politics. who are either being paid directly or indirectly to put out lies like this. And I can see throughout 2026, it's going to get far worse. We're going to be seeing more people in our media and in our politics lying and saying that this isn't happening and exaggerating it. So it's more important. I think it's really important as well to discuss issues like this, but to really acknowledge and know that there is a concerted physical effort by Russia, who spends billions on propaganda, more than any other country. It's what they're best at. Russians are best at exporting terrorism and lies, and people should be aware of it and look out for it as much as possible. And people like Phidias, actually Phidias himself, in the last 24 hours, is now being investigated. His finances are now being investigated by the European Union, which is great. I hope they find what they're looking for. But this is, yeah, just the tip of the iceberg, and it's really important to remember any rhetoric that you hear about children, if they're being paid, and what it's, what their intentions are, and just realizing Russia's kind of tentacles of propaganda and how it's now extending to this issue.
Thanks for that. And I'll add to with my own experience very quick. So I spoke at the last Charlie Kirk Turning Point USA Pastors Conference in Los Angeles in August, and he was shot 3 weeks later and killed. But I was up in front of 500 very pro-Trump MAGA pastors, and I told them about Ukraine's persecuted Christians, and I also told them about the children being abducted. And the way I phrased it was that part of the reason that Russia started this war is because Russia's at a 200-year low in its birth rate. And part of that's driven by having one of the highest rates of abortion in the world. And Christians in America are very worked up about abortion. And so when you tell them this, and you tell them that, they're stealing Ukrainian children to rebuild their army and to rebuild, they think that the Ukrainians are Russians, so they're getting new Russians, right? They're sacrificing people from the Far East, and they're getting Ukrainians, and they view that as a good deal. And when you tell that to these MAGA pastors, they're blown away. Everyone came up to me afterwards, and I had dozens of people saying, thank you for telling us this. We don't hear this stuff. And they don't hear this stuff is because, as Kaylin alluded to, a lot of the conservative influencers are on the Russian payroll. And so that's what we're working against. So, Maxime, where'd you go? Hi, Megan. So, Maxime, why don't you tell us about I alluded to sort of that's one of the reasons this war started. What is the Russian plan? How is this, scaled wide over the Russian government?
Sure. One thing that should be understood from the very get-go is that the actions of the Russian Federation towards Ukrainian children are not isolated incidents or humanitarian decisions going on. They are part of a deliberate strategy, a state policy actually, of demographic engineering and identity erasure that runs from the local occupying authorities to the head of their state. And the strategy that Russia implements in Ukraine and in occupied territories of Ukraine against Ukrainian children, Russia does so methodically. First, children are isolated, families, teachers, and friends are cut off, leaving the child disoriented. Then, Russia slowly dismantles identity. Being Ukrainian becomes something to hide, new documents, new guardians, and at the age of 14, imposed Russian citizenship are all designed to sever the legal and emotional path back to Ukraine. Over time, this pressure reshapes a child's sense of who they are and where they belong. And finally, when identity is weakened, militarization begins. Children enter state-run programs where they train with drones, practice assault drills, and absorb wartime ideology. By 18, that citizenship that has been earlier imposed becomes the basis for conscription to send them to fight the country that they were taken from. And this is essentially the arc of Russia's design. Isolate, reprogram, deploy.
Wow. Paige, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, when we're talking about essentially deploying Ukrainian children, one thing that I wanted to touch on that Maxime just mentioned was the militarization and actually how that how Ukraine's children are being militarized. So once Ukraine's children are abducted and taken to Russia, they're placed in these camps where they are undergoing not only pro-Russia re-education and narratives, but this militarization where kids as young as 8 years old are being taught to assemble and disassemble machine guns. And they are being taught in combat training and tactical training. And in some of these programs and camps that are, by the way, facilitated in part by Russia's Sniper Association, these kids are learning how to be weaponized against the country that they were just abducted from. And so it's really, really gut-wrenching to imagine what these kids go through, not only from being stripped of their identities, taken from their families, taken from their friends, but then the indoctrination and the militarization of these little kids. And in the course of our investigation, I think one of the most memorable moments was coming across a little girl. She was maybe 8, maybe 9 years old, who had been taken from her home, from her hometown in Ukraine, and she was taken to a camp in Russia. And the camp posted a photo of this child holding seashells that she had found by the beach. And then the next day, they posted a picture of that same child holding a machine gun. And the dichotomy between seeing that little girl, 8, 9, holding seashells one day versus a machine gun the next day really paints the picture of what Russia is doing to these kids, not on only an individual basis, but on a mass scale.
Wow. That's amazing. Well, Megan, I know you've spent a lot of time now. You and I and Anya spent several days with Save Ukraine and some of their people, and you've talked to a lot of the folks that are doing this work in Ukraine. Can you tell us just one story that particularly impacted you emotionally? You've talked to a lot of these kids, you've talked to a lot of these families. Just give us a sense of what you saw.
Yeah, so first off, I want to lead with, I think that needs to be clearly stated, is the forcible transfer of children from one group or one country to another is genocide. So what we're talking about here is intentional genocide of Ukraine. And so I just want to make sure that we are very clear with the frame of what we're talking about here, even as we tell these individual stories, that all of this is extraordinarily intentional and purposeful. So when it comes to all of the different individuals I talked to, especially those teenagers who they themselves found their way out of occupied territory, is the resilience of the Ukrainian people. I talk about this a lot. I mean, resilience doesn't mean superhuman, but it does mean extraordinary. And to a person, these Ukrainian teenagers who found their way back from occupied territories to home was remarkable. They the entire time were committed to finding their way back. And earlier they were talking about the work that Save Ukraine does. So much of that is so critically important to inspire these kids who do have the ability to move themselves. Obviously, Paige was talking about the much younger children who don't have that option. For those that are older, some of them do, and they can get out. And so what I do want to do is instill a little bit of hope here, that there is hope on returning these children. There is opportunity here to help bring them home, even though the scale feels particularly massive. But I would say the other thing that really stuck with me, and it was briefly mentioned in the trailer, is the catalog of children, how they were categorized by traits. But the other aspect, I'm a mother of 2. I have a 13-year-old and a 12-year-old little girl. I love them both so dearly, and I talk a lot about my experience as a mother. But these girls, these young girls in these catalogs, were posed in very provocative clothing. They were positioned very provocatively, and it was very clear they weren't there for adoption. They were there for something far more insidious and nefarious. So when we talk about this, about placing children into homes or other things, it's not just the militarization, it's also the sexual trafficking of Ukrainian children.
Can I jump in?
Sure, go ahead.
So the way Mykola Kuleba launched his career, if we can call it a career, was rescuing street children in Kyiv in the early 2000s after the wall had come down. And there's a picture in his home of 24 children that he had rescued along with 3 of his children. And of those 24 children, 22 are dead. And those are the ones he rescued. Because the #1 outcome for a child who's been trafficked is death. That's the #1 outcome. And along the way, obviously, sexual exploitation and jail. What Russia's doing, and this is this world that those of you who grew up in the Soviet world understand how horrible it can be to separate you from your own family, because the family is Russia and that's all that matters. And so they've had a long history, tried and true, of being a state instead of a family and effectuating a breaking apart of those bonds to their own benefit. They're applying all those rules now. So when you think of the insidiousness of what was being described by Maxine and Paige, that idea of telling a child, and literally, for one of the kids that we rescued, the father of the family, who was a Russian soldier, has his arm around the kid and said, "Those Ukrainians are terrible, here's some candy. You should only believe what we're telling you." And after about a week, the kid's thinking that's the way the world is. Well, shockingly, when you start looking at sexual trafficking, that's the way these traffickers get control of children. It's not any different. So we're in a space right now where, and this is the thing to hear loud and clear, it ain't just rescuing these kids. That takes incredible effort, people risking their lives. We've had people who've lost their lives trying to help these kids get out. It's not just that and the heroic effort. It's now they're out, and now what happens? So inside the Ukraine right now, not only these 1,000 children, and we've rescued 130 kids who are true orphans, and everyone's been placed in a foster home. Not only is it what you do with those kids, but what about all those kids inside Ukraine who are suffering the trauma of war? The kids who had parents, and we've gathered the evidence of this, of parents and children who were sexually abused by troops before they pulled out of Bucha and all these other places they were in. There's horrible, horrible things. And for Save Ukraine, of the 300 people we have working there, of the 20 centers, of the 800 residential beds that we have to help these families and children, the tip of the iceberg is the rescue of children. And now what you do with those children and the children of Ukraine, that's where the effort has to take place. That's the true stolen children, and that's the legacy we cannot allow to happen for Ukraine's future.
Thanks for that. So, Kaylin, I want to get back to you, because you had talked about the Russian propaganda around this issue and around a lot of issues. And you had said that there's people on the payroll of the Russians. Can you tell us a little bit more about that network? What have you learned about how the Russians spread their propaganda throughout Europe?
So without naming any specific people, because it's very hard to find out reports on individual finances, a really important case study is what happened with the Tenet media scandal 2 years ago. This is where Russia Today, run by Margarita Simonyan, gave $10 million to somebody called Lauren Shen, who is a big American conservative commentator. She then set up a company called Tenet Media, and they employed lots of different conservative commentators, people like Tim Pool, Lauren Southern. Dave Rubin was on this as well. It was a huge network, and for about a year and a half, they had hundreds of millions of views, putting out a huge amount of misinformation, and a huge amount of it was very, very anti-Ukraine and covered topics like this, playing down topics like this. That is something we only know about because it's been exposed under the Biden administration just before he left office. This all came out in big court cases. But that's just one of many, many, many different organizations that already exist like that we don't know about. There were, if you look at the court indictments with this as well, references to emails that were sent directly from Russia Today to Lauren Shen that were then passed down as basically scripts that were read out every single day from these commentators, again, talking about issues like this. So in terms of how widespread and big it is, I mean, these are the biggest names in conservative media in the United States. And again, I've talked about who these kind of people are in European politics, people like Phidias. But it just goes on and on. I mean, there's an MEP, I think he's with Reform, called Nathan, who's from Wales, who was jailed for taking Russian money and putting out Russian disinformation in Parliament as well, also about topics like this. So we only know about the reports that come out literally through court cases, and that takes a huge amount of time. And we don't, our governments don't put enough effort into investigating this because we don't see Russia as the threat that it is. We think it's harassing journalists, or we don't focus on the absolute chaos that Russia is sowing in our information space. And if we start really focusing our resources on that, you'll see a lot more cases like the tenant media scandal come out in every single one of our countries. That's the scale of it and the size.
Yeah, so from my perspective as a Republican, the Department of Justice usually finds Russian influence in conservative politics in the fall of an election year. And there's those of us that are working on this would like to see the U.S. Department of Justice work on this year-round. It's because it is a problem, it's a real problem. And what I did is that when that came out, there's 300 pages of findings on this. I went through all of them twice. And the most interesting thing is there's a campaign plan that's in this from the Russians that someone fished out of a Kremlin mailbox. And it's just like I would write a campaign plan for what we're doing right now. And that's how professionalized they are. And they're way over-resourced. And, we work with conservative influencers, and $10 million is a huge amount of money to pay an influencer to talk about your issues. And so, again, this is the massive asymmetrical nature of the propaganda war that we're fighting right now. So thanks for that, man. Listen, I'd like to open up the conversation to those in the audience. Did we answer all your questions, or has anybody got anything they want to ask?
Steve, a question to you. You've been doing a lot of polling on this since 2022.
Yeah.
And how, what issues really resonate, how, the tide has turned on certain issues. I mean, can you give us a perspective of how that's changed over time, and also what are the issues, the top 3 that really matter to the folks that you're trying to impact, and what more everyone else can do?
Thank you. Listen, we're in a global war right now, and there's shooting wars in the Middle East and Ukraine. The rest of us are in an information war. And it's democratized because everyone's on social media, so there's no control over it. There's no message control. But everybody that can, if we can get everyone together on the same message, that really helps. So from our world, what gets into the conservative, the Republican ecosphere is when you talk about Ukraine's Christians, the Catholics. 25% of Trump's voters are Catholics. And there is not a single Catholic priest left in occupied Ukraine. And we actually have a short movie on that, 17-minute movie. Forward that to every Catholic you know. It's on afaithundersiege.com, afaithundersiege.com. And go there. Just forward our stuff around, look at it. And so that's important. What we're talking about now, these are the 2 top issues, Christians and children. The third one is Ukraine is winning. So right now, 6% of Americans think that Ukraine is winning. 20-some% think that Russia's winning. And as you know, Russia's lost 1.2 million soldiers, after 4 years, and it's taken 20% of Russia. For those of you old enough to remember the Iraq War in 2003, if George W. Bush had come back to the American people 4 years later and said, I've lost 1.2 million soldiers and only taken 20% of Iraq, would anyone think he was winning? No. So, when Ukrainians and when pro-Ukraine people tell Americans that Ukraine is winning, Americans want to bet on a winner. And so we told that these people in the poll, 6% started out thinking Ukraine was winning. We told them the facts of the case, and it went up to 40-something%. And of those 40-something%, 85% were now willing to give weapons to Ukraine. Nobody wants to pour money into a black hole. People want to bet on a winner. And just one more thing, and as Ukrainians, pro-Ukrainian activists, people like Maxime that live in Kyiv, and many people in here live in Kyiv, you want to tell how much the Ukrainians are suffering. That does not help. Talk about how much the Ukrainians are persevering, how they're tough, and how they're fighting back against the Russians, and how they're winning. Thank you for that.
working? Hello, Catherine Valinga from Canada. So 2 questions. Talk to us about the numbers, because, we see Russian state propaganda speaking about hundreds of thousands of children being liberated. We hear 20,000. We hear how does it work with the numbers? How many children are we talking about here? And secondly, for Eric, please talk to us about the resources that you need to do the good work that Save Ukraine is doing. Do you have enough resources? What's the constraint? We're under a very short time frame before children are impacted. Like, every day counts. So do you have the money that you need to operate this underground railway?
Paige, why don't you take the first part, and then Eric, you take the second part.
Yeah, so great question. Thank you for asking that. Yale's Humanitarian Research Lab is tracking an estimated 35,000 kids taken from Ukraine to Russia and occupied territory since the full-scale invasion. And how we do that is through satellite images and open source information. And essentially what that means is that we are tracking these specific groups of kids, sometimes down to the individual child, being taken to Russia and Russia-occupied territory. So a group of 20 kids taken at midnight to a camp in Siberia, or a group of 100 children that were originally supposed to be taken to what was a summer camp in Russia, but were then held there for an additional 8 months. So right now, according to our research, we are tracking what we think is at least 35,000 kids taken since February 2022.
And I would add to that real quick that the aforementioned criminal Lvova Beleva has said there's 730,000 Ukrainian children inside Russia. And again, it's important for her to say that, because they've got to say that they're getting something for the war. And so they say we're rebuilding the Russian population. And so again, 730,000 according to Russian officials.
So take those two numbers, and I'll go to the last shift. 35,000 children abducted. That's not maybe these kids, that's abducted, deliberately taken. 700 and something thousand according to the war criminal, the indicted war criminal, but Ukrainian estimates are more like 1 million Ukrainian children are in these occupied territories. That's the scale of what we're dealing with. Again, thank you for the question, Catherine. Resources are the following for us at Save Ukraine. It's costing us roughly $10,000 per child to get them out. And again, things have evolved for what that means, and it's gone from proactive to a more reactive world, because frankly the children are very nervous and scared about coming out from all the propaganda they've heard, and they have to go through a gauntlet of FSB questioning, checkpoints, filtration, and the like to be able to get from occupied territories all the way out to Ukraine. And all along the way, they can't say where they're going. It could be a 2,000 or 3,000 mile journey for them to make their way back. And in fact, some of the stolen children have now ended up in a camp in North Korea. That's what's happening. That's how Putin is dealing with this resource of these children. So $10,000 a kid, more or less, to get them out. We've been so fortunate and lucky to get funding from various places around the world. This last year, the Jewish Federations in America funded the rescue of almost 200 children of the 500 that we rescued. We're hoping to rescue 1,000 this year. That is a number, for all of you who can do math, of roughly $1 million to get those kids out. But that's not the whole cost, because now we're into rehabilitation. These kids have not only suffered trauma and indoctrination and abuse, they have to find their way back into Ukrainian society. In some cases, there's nothing we could do. In many cases, we work hard and giving whatever kind of psychiatric and other kinds of care that we can, we're able to get these kids back. But it's a long process, and so whatever resources we can get is incredibly necessary. So we're looking at hoping that there's money coming from various places, but right now, 85% of all funding is private. And we've been very fortunate that the Howard Buffetts of the world and the World Central Kitchens of the world and the Jewish Federations of the world and the German government and various other governments have stepped in to help. Norwegian, Finnish, Japanese, but we could really use whatever help we can get. Because right now the government part is small, and you may not have heard, but something called USAID is no longer. And in reality, we've had tremendous and wonderful meetings with the current State Department who've talked about trying to help. And maybe they will, but until then, we're just not going to stop.
Let me add to that. For anybody that's going to be in D.C. on February 3rd, Save Ukraine and the Ukraine Freedom Project, my organization, is hosting an event in Washington, D.C. To raise awareness of Ukraine's stolen children. So we'd invite all of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a very, the question that we are all asking, why this is happening to us, right? And this is our future. There are no, all kids are ours. We cannot say that, those are kids from the Russian Federation and those kids are Ukrainians. We have to take care of them because they are our future, as I said. They are our leaders, and we need to bring them back. So thank you very much for this discussion, this really important topic at Ukraine House Davos. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Megan. We miss you this year, offline in Davos. And I would like, hopefully next year, please join us offline. And Max, stay warm. We are coming back with good news and bringing you the warm scarf from Davos and sending you actually, it's quite sunny here in Davos, unfortunately. But unfortunately, comparing to Ukraine. But stay warm. We'll be back. Thank you so much. These are the presents from Ukraine. Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And, hold on. Yeah, you have this card, right? Okay, perfect, thank you.
Дякую.
There will be a group picture. And I kindly ask the audience to stay because the next session will be in a couple of minutes. So please stay. There will be an exciting final panel of Ukraine House Davos dedicated to from the resilience to reconstruction. Please stay with us. Thank you so much.
yet. Maybe at the end.
Okay, so you're ready. You're making an entry to everybody.
One by one. Oh, wow. Okay. And actually,
so we will need a...
And actually, we need to be a little bit faster because at 2:30 there's President Zelensky, so they will do.
2:30.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please take the seats. We have a few places here in the front. Welcome to Ukraine House Davos. This is our 4th day of work. This is our 8 years in Davos. All these 4 days were quite intense. We have been discussing different topics, different matters. We are really happy that we have signed 3 deals in the House. So that's a great platform for the partnership. You probably followed us on, inside the House as well as online all these days. We are very thankful to those who attended, who participated, who supported Ukraine. This is very valuable to have you in the House. Thank you so much for all your support. And this is the final panel of Ukraine House Davos 2026, which I am really honored to have and announce in the House on the positive note, from the resilience to reconstruction. And it's my great pleasure to invite the moderator of this particular panel, Brad Staples, the CEO of APCO.
Thank you so much. Hi, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. I'd like to call up the panelists one by one if I can, and I'll begin with Alona Shukram, the First Deputy Minister for Development of Communities and Territories in Ukraine. Welcome, Minister. Welcome, Alona. And next we have the Group CEO of Interpipe, Luca Zanotti. Welcome, Luca. And then we have Lena Kozani, the founding partner and CEO of Horizon Capital. And last but not least, Timothy Ash, the senior sovereign strategist for RBC Blue Jay Asset Management. Welcome, Tim. Okay, so again, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thank you for Ukraine House for hosting us. We have an important conversation entitled From Resilience to Reconstruction. And I think the first thing we begin with, and we'll hear a lot more about, is that reconstruction is underway. It's already a reality, and there's already a significant commitment from companies and investors to deploying capital, supporting government institutions, and redesigning systems to put the essential infrastructure in place to secure Ukraine's recovery. The scale of the task is significant. Over 500 billion in reconstruction needs. At least that's some of the estimates that for Ukraine. This is therefore not just a financial challenge on a significant scale, it's also a moral imperative. It's one of the most significant economic and investment opportunities to emerge globally, and if done right, it will secure Ukraine's future. Today's conversation is going to focus on what it will actually take to succeed. And we'll focus on 3 specific questions. We're going to look at how resilience on the ground translates into reconstruction at scale. We'll talk about how capital moves from intention to actual deployment, and how risk needs to be shared between government, between investors, and between industry partners. So let's get underway. And Minister, I'd like to turn to you first, if I can. What are the government's top reconstruction priorities right now? How are you ensuring that recovery is both rapid, transparent, and people-centered?
Mm-hmm. Oh, thanks so much for this question. It's an honor to be here, and it's even a bigger honor and responsibility because, as I understand, this is the last panel, so I hope that we do not disappoint you. But basically, as you said, the needs are overwhelming. We are responsible as the Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories to do RDNA, which is a rapid damage and assessment needs, together with the World Bank and EU. And this is basically a report of 100 pages. You can find it online. Every year we hope this is the last report, but unfortunately this year we will have soon RDNA 5 because it's the 5th year of war. And this report states, according to the methodology of the World Bank, and a lot of experts that worked on different wars, different damages, different countries, different continents, what are the damages because of Russia aggression, what are the shellings, what are the needs of the sector for schools, for water pipelines, for culture, for businesses, what are the losses of profit. So it's a huge, huge work. You can find RDNA 4 online. So basically the needs for reconstruction are not exactly the same as damages, but very similar, right? So the damages for last year were $524 billion, which is a huge amount. When I came to the ministry a year ago, so I wanted a kind of understanding how big an amount it is. So for example, in the Gaza sector, the damages from the war and the needs for reconstruction done by the World Bank in 2025 amounted to around $49 billion. With us, it's 529. In Bosnia and Herzegovina war, around $70 billion. Again, for us, 524 only last year. This year, it's going to be bigger. And then we have the Russian frozen assets, which are approximately $300 billion. So, okay, it can cover 65% for the reconstruction needs at least. And if we count, for example, in Russia's GDP, the sum that we need right now for reconstruction is about 20% of Russian GDP. So again, if you say that Russia has to pay for those damages, and usually according to international law, I'm a lawyer, right? So according to international law, the aggressor should pay, and it should not be private investments, it should not be Ukrainians, it should not be European Union. We are super grateful for this support, but the aggressor should pay for the damages that, that it costs. This is the international law #1 thing. It doesn't always work like that, but then you have it. So how we do prioritize, what do we do first, as to your question, because the needs are so overwhelming. It took us almost 4 years to prioritize and do a clear system of the government. So right now we have a website which is called Dream, and I think a lot of you have heard about that. And there is a single project pipeline which is voted by the government each year on the priority projects that we need to do this year for reconstruction. There are projects and programs. There is around 140 projects right now, starting from critical infrastructure, water pipeline, social infrastructure, schools and hospitals. Then we have energy needs. Right now, energy is #1 urgent priority. We need it right now. You all heard about that. You all know the situation in Ukraine. Then we go into transport, roads, railways, and ports. All is needed, not just because we prioritize it, but because it's crucial for economy, it's crucial for export, it's crucial for logistics. And then we have housing. So this is a kind of overview. And in each of the sector, you have the very priority projects in this single project pipeline. So we have those 140-something projects, and the whole government looks for the money to make it happen this year for this 140. But obviously the priorities are overwhelming and they're much bigger. So we try to work it, as much as we can. Because we don't have frozen Russian assets right now, all the money for reconstruction comes mainly from international donors, international credits from international financial institutions and banks. Some are part of grant money, Ukraine facility, which we're super grateful for, and some parts of G2G agreements. So our ministry is managing the portfolio of around $8 billion. Our biggest partner is European Investment Bank, so the European Union. The second biggest partner is JICA, so Japanese bank. And then we have World Bank, EBRD, and then we have G2G agreements with France, with Switzerland, with Italy, just signed in Rome, and we have others. But obviously, to prioritize it and to do it, you need, you need a stable economic system, and you need to understand what you're doing. So for us right now, it's a lot of taking out the fires. And right now, the whole government of Ukraine, you've probably heard it in this room 1,000 times already, is looking for money and is looking for urgent equipment for energy sector. So boilers, generators, everything that we can do to get people through this winter. Russia has been waiting for years to this winter, but the winter will come to an end, and it will come to an end soon, and the war will come to an end as well. So we are prioritizing the projects, we are preparing the projects, starting from crucial needs and critical infrastructure to actually investment projects in ports, in energy sector, in roads. And I think that considering that no other country in the world has done this amount of reconstruction during the war, I think we're doing quite well with all of your support and all of the international donors here and international banks.
I think it's very reassuring for everyone in the room to hear that you're putting the well-being of the people first and making sure that in terms of energy infrastructure, that's right at the top of the agenda. Clearly, this is a low point for everybody who's struggling in Ukraine at the moment. So,
if I may just add one thing, I'm often asked, you know, do you do reconstruction during the war? You do reconstruction. So you reconstruct a hospital and it will be shelled again. You reconstruct a bridge, it could be shelled again. You reconstruct a port facility, it could be shelled again. When some of the reconstructions we have to do because we depend, for example, the port facilities, if there is no facilities, we cannot export the grain, we cannot get the grain out, there would be famine in a lot of countries over the world, there would be economic decline in Ukraine, etc., etc. Some of that we have to do because it's war logistics, military logistics, humanitarian logistics to get people out and evacuate people. But some of them we choose to do because there are people living in those regions. So when we reconstruct a hospital in Kharkiv, you know, many foreigners do not understand that even heavily shelled city has more than 1 million population right now, right? If we do not reconstruct the pipeline of water, if we do not reconstruct the hospital, people will not be able to stay there. They want to stay there. They don't want to leave. They have their businesses. You know, they are working. They're sending kids to school. But we need to make sure that they have the infrastructure to stay there. If we don't reconstruct it, they will leave. And if they leave, they will leave to the western part of Ukraine, then they will leave to Poland, etc. The economic situation will decline, we will have less and less people, and Russia is actually going to move the front line because it's easier to take the cities when the cities are getting empty. So it's the whole strategic military need, humanitarian need, people-oriented need. We have to reconstruct right now. We are reconstructing right now, and we will be reconstructing.
thank you, Minister. That was very comprehensive. Luca, given those difficult circumstances, how does Interpipe stay resilient in Ukraine, and where does your industry fit in the reconstruction of the country?
Well, people that work with me know that I like the number 3, so I'm going to give you 3 reasons. And the first reason is the people, the resiliency of the people. I believe that we have one of our main production facilities is in Nikopol. Nikopol is 8 kilometers, 5 kilometers, depending, away from the front line. They are not here, but I would, if they were here, I'd ask for a round of applause for these people because I visited Nikopol 4 times. I have a military background. But I could have never imagined that people are working on a line, producing, they are under attack. Our facility has been hit 80 times. From the 80. Now, this is kind of sensitive, but... And so people that don't see, don't realize how it takes to being producing, being under attack, taking shelter, and when the threat is over, coming back and going back to produce exactly as nothing was happened before. This is mind-blowing. For anybody that don't see it, it's unbelievable. So resiliency of the people. Second, entrepreneurship. Interpipe, for its geographic position, was naturally catering to the former Soviet Union, the CIS country, etc. Since 2022, we have been able to divert our export from those countries to 50 other countries. And this is an amazing show of the entrepreneurship. And the third point is investment. Since 2022, we deployed $100 million in our assets, including Nikopol. So I believe that this is from our shareholding is a great demonstration of faith in the country and in manufacturing. And guys, I'm an unapologetic sustainer of manufacturing. Here we're talking about artificial intelligence, technology, whatever. All important. But please do not forget the importance of manufacturing when it gets to equality in income distribution, for example. There are studies that shows through the Gini index how manufacturing is bringing high-skilled, high-paid jobs for not highly educated people, how manufacturing is bringing employment outside of the big city. So there are a number of reasons why I do believe that manufacturing is going to be key in the reconstruction of Ukraine. And if you look at the fundamentals, Ukraine has all the fundamentals. Now, if you leave aside the disruption caused by this crazy war, Ukraine will be energy independent. There are many countries that are energy independent, including Europe. They have gas. If you have gas, you can have energy. They have nuclear energy. So they have resources. And the government, frankly speaking, has been demonstrating to take this into consideration. Recently, the ban on the export of scrap. I mean, they are demonstrating that they want to increase value, the value chain, expand chain in the country, rather than being an exporter of, let's say, raw material. So I believe that, I strongly believe manufacturing. I believe manufacturing is going to be key in the reconstruction. And I believe that the government is taking the right steps. Obviously, today, for example, energy, I mean, we are in a situation where energy is not available for the civilians, so obviously it's not available for us. There are going to be, I mean, we're going to have discussion on these topics going forward, but I frankly believe that Ukraine has all the key elements that are necessary to be successful in manufacturing, and manufacturing will play a big role in construction.
Thank you. We just heard an extraordinary story about resilience there from Luca. Lena, what role do investors play in deploying capital to accelerate this reconstruction effort?
Thank you so much, and Luca, thank you for sharing. You know, to hear that 80 times been hit, and yet people go back to as if nothing happened. You know, that is what we're seeing throughout all of Ukraine, and that really motivates us at Horizon Capital. We're celebrating 20 years this year, 20 years, and thank you. And everyone thinks that we're part of big international investor based in New York or something like that. No, we've always been Kiev based. We were born in Ukraine. We were based in Kiev. We launched 20 years ago in Kiev. We are fortunate that we spun out of the U.S. Enterprise Fund in 2006. And this entire time, what we see ourselves as is deal makers, as folks who are looking for partners, people who are understanding of the issues because we are living it. Our team in Ukraine has been living through the full-fledged invasion, and when you're living in it, then you look at your own skills. What can I do? What am I uniquely qualified to contribute to the country at this pivotal moment? And as those who bring investment capital into the country and deploy it, we immediately wanted to resume raising a fund. I mean, we were about to close on our $250 million fund that we had been raising the year before. We had some commitments already in our hand from investors. And then, of course, we were going to close March 31st. And then February, the full-fledged invasion. In May, we looked at how strong and resilient the companies were, and we decided we have got to raise this as quickly as possible. We ended up having our first closing in September 22 and raised $350 million. Then we decided, you know, about last October, we saw that it's wonderful to put money into tech. It's wonderful to put it into export-oriented. These are asset-light, human capital-rich businesses, hard currencies, so you have a natural currency hedge. But where you really need it, and this is going back to the question on the role of investors, is to dig deep and do more. And where we saw that you really need it is asset-heavy domestic. I mean, that's where you have the lack of. Luca, we have such big plans, you know. And we immediately started raising Catalyst Fund and raising a fund that brings in $3 billion in terms of not our equity. Of course, our equity $300 million. But when you put that first equity in, you catalyze additional equity and debt, so you're able to get a 10 times multiplier effect, so $3 billion. So I think that what those on the ground right now have got to do is put fundraising on steroids, do it as quickly as possible. That means you're traveling everywhere, you're pushing people, you're working 24/7. It makes me very happy to see the initiatives, the U.S.-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund, the initiatives that we've seen, the European Flagship Fund, the Amber Dragon. But when you look at all the funds raising, it's $3 billion. It's $3 billion. If we look at power generation alone, what has been hit in the energy sector, just on power generation, you need $10 billion. You know, we heard from Alona, we heard about the need $524 billion. We know in energy, $68 billion that is required, and that's required not in 10 years, that's required ASAP, with 75% coming from the private sector. So, Brad, it's, it behooves all of us. Those on the ground have got to work faster, and they've got to be the deal makers that bring others in. Those who are outside seek out partnerships, those who enable. We are so grateful for IFC, for EBRD, for Japan's JICA, for Germany's DG, for France's Proparco, Sweden's Svedfund, for FinFund, for Impact Fund Denmark, for CFEM, you know, for all of those who back us, for FMO, who's backed every single one of our fund, that's Netherlands. You know, before the full-fledged invasion, we typically, when we'd bring a fund together, it would be 90% private, 10% DFI, IFI. Now, during the war, it's about 80-20. But those institutions that back funds and intermediaries and projects, they also bring in the private sector. There's a lot of family offices, foundations who come to us and say, you know what, we want to invest in Ukraine. We typically invest in an endowment, and then that money gets given away in Ukraine. How about we invest in you and then write down in the distribution that that money goes to this Ukraine-based charity? We work with different foundations based on that invest actually directly in Ukraine and have the distribution go to your, you know, the folks that you want to support. Recovery Fund or others, helping veterans, whatever. So, I mean, it's important for those on the ground, for those outside, for investors, for public institutions, for those providing guarantees to all work lockstep in order to mobilize capital, not when the war is over. There will be a great deal of capital when a just and sustainable peace is signed. The projects need capital now.
Right, right. Tim, maybe we can pull the lens back a bit. Lady just gave us a very comprehensive overview of the investor picture. We heard, you know, a very compelling picture from Luca from a strategic perspective. What's the absorption capacity of Ukraine now during wartime? Maybe talk a little bit about the economic fundamentals as well.
Yeah, so it's nice to be associated with the Blue Jays. We're a Canadian institution, but it's actually Blue Bay Asset Management. I know with Mark Carney, Canada's in the flavour. It's very nice to be associated with that one. But yeah, we're institutional investors, right? We don't really do much micro, so we're not on the ground. We kind of top-down funding. You know, we're $700 billion of assets under management, huge franchise, and we fund the government. We fund Interpipe, for example. We're buyers of bonds. I think we participated this week in the MHP offering. So, you know, we're very top-down, right? And I guess when we look at Ukraine going forward, you know, three things are probably important: security, obviously, an end to the war, I think, is really critical to getting an end to the war and real security, right? I mean, not a Minsk 1, Minsk 2. You know, that will ensure, you know, significant capital inflows, funding and EU accession. on EU accession, I mean, I've been covering the region for 40 years, transition from plant to market and whatever. I mean, in the end, if you think of Ukraine, well, you think of the region, countries like Poland, Czech Republic, Romania, whatever, and think back, I mean, these countries are incredibly successful. I mean, there's a lot of problems in the region, but actually we forget where they were in the early 90s. They had many of the problems that Ukraine had pre-Euromaidan, whatever. They were able to address that with EU accession, anchor for reform. Ukraine didn't develop, I would argue, as it should have done in the first 20-odd years of independence because it had no EU accession anchor. Absolutely critical. Critical. We can talk about all the problems historically, governance, corruption. There's still going to be issues after the end of the war, but what would give real hope is if Ukraine has a really serious EU accession anchor, right? And it's a date, whether it's 27 or beyond that. Utterly critical, I think, to ensuring that Ukraine has a good business environment, that private capital feels assured to invest in Ukraine and move on. I mean, that's kind of critical. I've had funding, I guess, in the end, and at the macro level, a couple of things. The European Council decision, I think, in December was amazingly disappointing for some of us who've been campaigning on the immobilized Russian asset issue. I guess the silver lining for that is that, the money wasn't spent on securing Ukraine's security, funding the war. The money's still available. It's, as the Belgian Prime Minister said, I think this morning, he has his faults, I should say, Davos, but the fact is that the assets have been immobilized more or less permanently. It's very hard to see them returning to Russia. They will be available for recovery and reconstruction. Meanwhile, the EU did pledge 90 billion euros. That does cover Ukraine's financing needs for 26-27. Both the Commission and the IMF were crystal clear, actually. The Commission identified a 140 billion euro financing gap for 26-27. The IMF suggested a $140 billion budget financing gap for the 4-year period of an EFF. I think the 90 billion, with likely additional contributions from the Norwegians, maybe the Brits. There's some money left still in the ERA, the 50 billion facility. So, Ukraine's funding, I think, is pretty well assured for the next 2 years, and an IMF program likely will be agreed very shortly. That's a real macro anchor for guys like me. And then the other, I guess, positive that we've seen is, we saw a resolution of Ukraine's debt restructuring, both in terms of the Eurobonds, but also the GDP warrants recently. And the market has rallied really aggressively, right? I mean, Ukrainian sovereign debt is around 13-14%. I mean, that's remarkable if you think about it for a country that's at war and is facing an existential threat from Russia. And the MHP issue this week again was quite extraordinary and incredibly encouraging. But what I would say, maybe we can talk in detail on a lot more other things, right? But I mean, if we get the funding, the security, and the EU accession kind of backstop, then I think Ukraine, with the end of the war and recovery reconstruction, will have a great future. One thing that maybe I would say that's maybe a bit of a game changer in the last year for me, in terms of anchoring those things, anchoring EU accession, anchoring the financing. I think, I didn't go, but J.D. Vance's performance at the Munich Security Council, I think until that event, I think Europe really didn't get the importance of Ukraine to its own security. I think post that event, I think it's crystal clear, and this event has been all about Greenland and NATO and all that kind of stuff. I think it's now crystal clear that the US backstop for European security is not there. That's the harsh reality. Privately, UK and European defence and intelligence guys will tell you that. We're kind of on our own, and Europe's security depends on two things, right? We will develop our own autonomous defence capability, but it will take 4 to 5 years to build that military-industrial complex. It depends on the American supplying us weapons in that period, but also critically it depends on Ukraine. Critically it depends on Ukraine, enduring this war, surviving, and then when the war ends, we have to ensure, Europe has to ensure Ukraine's successful recovery and reconstruction, because Russia will not go away. Russia will continue to be a threat to Europe, an existential threat. And Ukraine is the front line of our defense, right? So I think there's been a kind of game changer in terms of the European kind of thinking about Ukraine, that actually, if you can't trust the Americans, and you can't, I mean, I'm afraid that's the sad reality. We trust the Canadians, that's fine. But if you can't trust the Americans, the key to Europe's future is actually Ukraine. And that makes me more optimistic in terms of about potential for EU accession, a real anchor, but also that Europe will actually make sure that Ukraine is financed to survive and then to ensure recovery and reconstruction. If those pillars are there, you know, I think the private sector will do its part as well.
Maybe we come back to some of these bigger political questions if we get some time to open it up to the audience a little bit later. As I'm sitting listening to you, I'm realizing, you know, we're talking about reconstruction. That's only part of the story. This is about redesign. This is about creating a nation with new resources and capabilities and a 21st century country. It's something quite different. And I know in terms of your investments, Luca, that you've focused on decarbonizing production and building a new integrated supply line. And maybe talk a little bit about those things, because you're, even in the most complex circumstances, you're trying to do more and in a different way.
Yeah, sure. Look, Interpipe decided to heavily bet on decarbonization much earlier than I joined. Actually, they decided to invest $1 billion in moving from the old, let's say, traditional steel making to the most modern, based on electrical furnaces back in 2012. But this is as a result of this, in my opinion, right strategic move at the time, is that today we are competing with the best in class in terms of greenhouse gases emission. Such is so that at the end of the day, as you know, the European Union decided not to apply the force majeure clause, and Ukraine is going to be within the CBAM, let's say, perimeter starting from January 2026. But given to that brilliant decision, we're not very worried on the macro side. But then there are many things, and here I go back to what you were saying before, on let's say, on the details, on how the things are really happening in reality. And today, clearly, there is a clear mechanism for the Ukrainian companies to certify their greenhouse emission numbers. So even if we invested, if we don't find a way, go back to Europe, to certify our numbers, we may run the risk of falling into the default numbers, and this will be a big blowback. But having said so, we need to work towards that direction, and we need to make sure that we can get access to the benefit that the decision has been made can grant us. But this is one component of the way we see our strategy going forward. The second component, and by the way, let me tell you, and maybe you're a little bit non-mainstream in my thinking, I believe that all the issues, and by the way, just to give you a background, I'm still living in the United States. So from the United States, you have a slightly different perspective on these topics. But the greenhouse emission, the climate change, I believe that over time has lost a little bit of power in the narrative. And to a certain extent, I believe that some more realistic approach has been taking place. But the other component that is totally and absolutely important for us is a quick adhesion to the European Union. For Ukraine, Europe is the second domestic, we call it the second domestic market, and for Interpipe, for sure. Now, I know that there are a lot of steps that needs to go through, and I know the position of our fellow European industry competitors, partners, whatever. But I believe that this is very important for all the manufacturing and all the sector in Ukraine to have a quick access to Europe. The trade issue is a very complex issue. You see, everybody's trying to build barriers around their market. Right. The US was the first, and rightly so, in my opinion, to a certain extent, because the deficit they were running, in my opinion, long-term would have not been sustainable. President Trump was the first one to recognize the role of China in this imbalance. Then now Europe is following. So we hope that Ukraine also does its part in defending the domestic market, and that Ukraine government really pushes hard for us. It's not easy, I know, but to really pushes hard for us to get access to the European Union as fast as possible. Now, this is easier said, not that easy done. But this is fundamental, and in my opinion today this is even more important than the, let's say, greenhouse emission, the climate change. The driving force for Ukraine is going to be quick, smooth access to the European Union.
Great. Let's come back down to ground level. And Minister, let me ask you a question. How is the government going to make sure that the new projects that you're already bringing to the tender phase, how are they going to be investor ready? How are you going to make these, whether it's through bank guarantees, whether it's risk sharing mechanisms, how are you going to make sure that you've got projects and platforms that are going to be attractive even in a situation that is not yet as stable as we would want?
Okay. Again, it's I know we have limited time. I will try to be fast. You actually asked a question on absorption. I do passionately hate this question because this is usually the argument of all of the international financial institutions that you cannot absorb that much money, you don't need that much money, and we will not give you that much money. It depends on project to project. It depends on the capacity of different communities and organizations. But basically, we have programs which we are proud of, for example, compensation for damaged apartments and flats, and compensation for destroyed housing, right? It's called Ye Відновлення. It's done through DIA. It's super digital. It's super transparent. And we can absorb any kind of money that you give us. So we can absorb in 3 weeks billions, because we already have an understanding of how many apartments, flats, multi-store buildings, private housing was destroyed by Russia, was damaged by Russia, and we are not giving people new apartments. We cannot build them fast enough. We are not giving them new houses. We are giving them through DIA with verified understanding of the system. We are giving them compensation. It's a compensation. It's not what their apartment cost, but it is what we can give them right now, and they can only use it for new housing or to repair the existing damages of the housing. Why do we do that, and why do we agree on this system? Because it actually has an economic multiplicator, right? So people receive the compensation of the money, they do not put it under the mattress, they do not put it in the bank, they do not take it somewhere abroad, they have to use it only on the new housing or on the repairs to the existing housing. So it gives jobs, it buys equipment, it buys concrete, etc., etc. And we can absorb any kind of money you give us, because people who lost housing are incredible big numbers, right? Other projects, they lack maturity, of course, and we need to prepare them. So the most difficult one would be PPPs, public investment projects. We're responsible for the transport sector, so it took us more than a year to prepare one of the concession of the ports, together with EBRD and IFC, which we just announced and opened up on the 20th of December last year. And right now, here in Davos, we asked major companies who are operators of different amazing ports in Europe and all over the world, starting from Rotterdam to Piraeus port, to other ports all over the world, to actually compete for this project. Is a concession of the Chornomorsk container terminal. It's one of the best terminals in Ukraine that there is. A concession is for 40 years, and there is 50 days left for the application. We will see, how many applications we get, how good there will be, and we are ready to give this port in a concession, which means for administration for 40 years. But there are certain criteria that should be a world-renowned company, either a Ukrainian company in a consortium with a world-renowned company. The company should be able to have at least one such port already operating on a scale of at least a certain amount of goods that come out and come in, and financial statements, etc., etc. So this kind of project, we will see how successful it will be. I am very optimistic. Churchill said that when everything is so bad, I don't see any point of not being optimistic. We can go only better. Yeah, but that's true. But I mean, so PPPs take time to proceed, right? So with EBRD, with IFC, with Ernst & Young as legal advisors, it took us more than a year to prepare feasibility study, pre-feasibility study, and to prepare the terminal for concession. It will not be immediate, but we are doing that, and we will be doing that more and more and more. We need successful cases which we are working on. So we are ready. There are a number of project preparation facilities right now. One is set by the World Bank with the Ministry of Economy and us together. And I hope that they will start working faster and faster. Right now they're a bit slow, honestly. I should not probably say that, but that's true. There is another project preparation facility to prepare projects for PPPs and for investment. It's called Ukraine First. It's European Investment Bank and EBRD. There is right now a smaller project preparation facility of Switzerland. It's called Swiss PPP. So Switzerland has amount of money through SECO to their businesses to start investing in Ukraine, and they're helping their businesses to prepare projects. It's an amazing example, and I mean other countries should and could do it as well. We are lacking bankable projects right now, especially on the east of Ukraine, understandably, because of the risks, because of the lack of guarantees, because the huge investment funds are waiting, for the war to be over and not reconstruct right now, and they think that there will be the, day zero when the war is over, and they will come and they will buy and invest. But I don't think that would be true. I don't think there would be a day zero. The companies who come now, they will get, the best container port terminal in the Chernomorsk port of Odessa. If they come later on, this will be taken because we actually ask you to come now and we need those investments now, right? So it goes both ways. It's risky to invest, but it also pays high results to invest right now. And just maybe to finish this off, about the resilience of people, I think that we show to the whole world that Ukraine is a very unexpected place sometimes for investment. I was a member of parliament when the full-scale invasion started, and I was in the Committee of Tax and Finance. And I mean, the first online committee we had after the full-scale invasion was that we have 3 scenarios for the banking system. People will, each scenario worse than the other one, right? People will go, take all the money, there will be no cash in any cash machines, all the supermarkets and all the petrol stations will stop taking credit cards because they could not guarantee credit cards. So in 3 days there will be massive chaos, everybody would leave, and each scenario was pretty much like that, I can tell you that now. And we had a small panic for 3 days. We had only 12 cases where different industries did not accept credit cards, and then the panic stopped. And then Zelensky appeared and said that I'm not leaving, his famous speech that, I don't need a cap, I need weapons. And the parliament had a number of sessions, and we said that we are in the center of Kiev, and there was no panic on financial markets, there was no panic with the credit card systems, the cash machines still worked. And for a lot of international foreign advisors and IMF, it was quite shocking that we could have stabilized the system, and National Bank did an amazing job, and now they say it to other countries as lessons. But that was quite surprising. And I wish and I hope that we will be as surprising in investment projects during the war in reconstruction. And the resilience of people has a lot to do with that. So we do the concession right now of the Chernomorsk port, while if we count the number of sirens in Ukrainian ports for the past year, if you count all the hours where there was a siren, for more than a month, there was a constant siren per year. So we've lost at least a month in sirens. There are no shelters because you cannot build proper shelters in the port. So when there is a siren, everybody has to run and stop what they're doing. They cannot handle the goods, they cannot handle the cargo. and people have been dead, people have been wounded in the ports. They have been working with the sirens, without shelters, and with that they managed to do 95% of all our cargo handling plan for the past year. And they did it in these conditions, and they did it because they had to and because they're amazing. And I think it's quite a great, story example for why you should invest in infrastructure, ports, housing in Ukraine.
It's inspiring. It's inspiring, but it's also exciting to see these concessions are being launched in a moment where there's still ongoing conflict. And turning to you, Lena, I mean, everything's being done to reduce business risk, to prepare these concessions in a way to come to market with these opportunities. But something has to supercharge private sector investment. What mechanisms or steps are needed to de-risk, even given complex circumstances, the environment so we see more private capital deployed?
Thank you so much. This is a very important point because some myth busting needs to be done. Most people think that I've got to wait till the war is over. There aren't sufficient de-risking mechanisms. And if we can put the slide up on behind me so people can see, I do want to focus on this. There are robust de-risking mechanisms that are available today. And we've seen that, and that goes directly to what you've been saying about the time is now, and don't wait, because there actually are de-risking mechanisms. And please feel free to take a picture and send this around. The absorption capacity is high. The absorption capacity is high. There are bankable transactions. There are guarantees and de-risking available, and these are some of them. I want to touch base on one of the largest, which of course is the EU-Ukraine investment framework. We heard from Commissioner Marta Koz today about the 50 billion facility, the Ukraine facility. 8 billion is targeted for the private sector, 8 billion. And if we look at the Ukraine investment framework, it has already mobilized 18 billion in private investment against 5.7 billion in deployed guarantees and grants, a 3 times multiplier. This is extremely important because it does achieve that multiplier. When you're able to bring in a Ukraine investment framework guarantee, then it does bring additional catalytic equity and debt alongside it.
Lena, can I just, the President's due to speak in a moment. Maybe just close that thought and ask Tim
you've
then just
taken
to
a
close
picture.
us
If you have
out.
any questions to me, let me know.
Okay, great. Tim, closing remark for all of us, please.
Look, I first went to Ukraine. No pressure. I first went to Ukraine in '87. Lived in the country, visited hundreds of times. You know, and I did think the full-scale invasion was going to happen in '22, right? But I never imagined Ukrainians or Ukraine, right? I never imagined that Ukraine could survive 4 years of this war. And the innovation and resilience is extraordinary, right? I mean, I cover 50 countries. I don't think there's one country like Ukraine. I couldn't have imagined any country apart from Ukraine and Ukrainians surviving this long. And you know, that makes me really optimistic for recovery and reconstruction. If you can apply what Ukrainians have applied in the last 4 years, then the future really is good very good once the war ends. So, you know, thank you to Ukraine. I mean, thank you to Ukrainians actually, because, you know, you are defending Europe, you are defending European values when many of our leaders don't really know what they are anymore, right? Or whatever stuff. You know, I thank Ukrainians in the room, you know, from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, everybody. Minister, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone on this panel. I think this was the last panel, very optimistic, saying that Ukraine is a country of opportunities. So come and invest now, because tomorrow will be late. So partner with Ukraine, stay with Ukraine, help us to win the war, and thank you for everything that you've delivered so far. So we do appreciate your partnership, your support, and the future is ours. So we are very optimistic on that. So thank you very much. And I would like to say thank you to Interpipe in particular for being our long-term partner, in Ukraine House Davos. We are very happy to partner, and we hope for cooperation in the future. I would like to thank the government of Ukraine, because I think jointly with the government, it's a one-voice platform here in Davos for 8 years already, right? So we are not here alone. We are here as one voice, amplifying the voice of Ukraine and the voice of all citizens right now, of Ukrainians who suffer the severe winter. But the spring will come, and we will win this war. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you so
From the
much.
Ukrainian designer.
Very much, thank you.
Photo and I would like to say that we will live stream the president's speech. We are very happy that President Zelensky made to Davos, and he is live right now at Dear guests, good evening, and welcome to the closing ceremony of Ukraine House Davos 2026, sorry. Yes, tired but happy. Today we are completing the program, and this was the Ukrainian, heart of Davos. And this year marks the 8th year in a row that we are opening and closing the Ukraine House Davos. It was a great pleasure to host our esteemed panelists and honorable guests. We sincerely thank each of you for taking your time and for supporting Ukraine. Every year we get together here in Davos to amplify the Ukraine's voice. The messages of just and lasting peace, resilience and reconstruction, innovation and defense, education and leadership resonated with our common dream, victory. And before I start, thank you to everyone who created this place and who contributed to this place. I would like to, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to honor Bogdan Havrilishin, a person who was a Ukrainian global thinker, economist, and one of the co-founders of the European Forum in Davos at that time. Now it's World Economic Forum, the platform that later became, as we know, the World Economic Forum. He believed in dialogue over confrontation, in responsible leadership, and in Ukraine as active contributor to the global community. Much of what Ukraine House stands for today, openness, partnership, and long-term vision, reflects the values he lived by. We invite you to watch a short video in tribute to his legacy.
The world has changed. The challenges have grown more complex. Here in Davos, at the forum he initiated in 1970, Bogdan Havrilishin moderated dialogue between business, politics, and academia, with a clear focus on shared responsibility. An economist and a global thinker, he helped shape a culture of dialogue from which Davos would grow. He asked fundamental questions and brought the conversation back to what truly matters, the long-term impact of decisions. Bogdan Havrilishin thought in decades, not moments. For him, freedom was central, but even more so, responsibility. He therefore elaborated a Declaration of Human Responsibilities, 15 principles for successful societies, seeking to restore balance in a world where rights are discussed more often than responsibilities. Born in Ukraine, he saw it as a country of conscious citizens and believed in young people capable of shaping its future for decades to come. A century after his birth, Bogdan Havrilishin reminds us, freedom cannot exist without responsibility. Only societies ready to take responsibility for their choices can build a dignified future.
Thank you. And in Ukraine, as you know, today is the Unity Day. So I would like to congratulate all of us who joined here, in Davos for this Unity Day, united to stand with Ukraine in order to win this war. Ukraine House Davos, it's a big, it's a small house, but it's of course the big house, and there are a lot of people who contributed to this platform. And first and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the women who make Ukraine House possible: ambitious, inspiring, and hardworking. Yaroslava Johnson, President and CEO of UMF, who could not unfortunately join us this year, but was deeply missed, but greatly contributed to organizing this year's Ukraine House and all the previous years. We miss you, Panislava, but we feel your support. Svetlana Grichenko, member of the board, Viktor Pinchuk Foundation. If she's here, please join me on the stage. Lena Kujarny, founding partner and CEO of the Horizon Capital. We are pleased to be joined by Dennis Johnson, chairman of the board UMF, and Marta Farion, president of Kyiv Mohyla Foundation of America and member of the board UMF. We would like to thank our dear speakers and moderators. We appreciate your time and valuable contribution. Your voice matters. This year's Ukraine House would not have been possible without our gold partners, Temerty Foundation and Christina Waller, for being a friend of Ukraine House. We are happy to work with you side by side during all these years. Interpipe, a partnership lasting 3 years, and this year we were honored by the attendance of Mr. Luca Zanotti, CEO of the group Interpipe. Visa and Privatbank. We are grateful you were here with us throughout the week, participating in vivid discussions and supporting our warm Ukrainian networking reception. Dear Mikhail and Niels, if you are here, please come on stage. It has been a true pleasure to host you here in Davos. Kyivstar, we were happy to highlight your IPO success and grateful for that you were here with us to amplify the voice of Ukraine. Our amazing partner, Kernel, we are happy to keep support that you are continuing supporting the Ukraine House. And Mr. Osipov, thank you for coming to Davos to speak on the critical matter for Ukraine. Our networking reception, as always, were the place to be during all these nights. American Chamber of Commerce of Ukraine, thank you for support, the reception dedicated to the US-Ukraine relations. Andy team, thank you very much to all of you. Modern Expo, our great partners for the Tech Night. We hope to continue our partnership. Taras Petro, thank you very much. My immense thanks go to our amazing team who work day and night here. To make this, organization possible smoothly, I think, you can provide your feedback. We are always happy to hear how we can improve to host you better. Ksenia, Оля Бондаренко, Victoria, Valentina, Anya Tkachenko, Anya Tereshchenko, Alyona Petrova, Oля Petrova, Mila. Our tireless volunteers who were quick and ready to support in every task. Evgenia, Naomi, Marichka, Lydia, Amina, Maria. I would like to thank our communication team, APCO, under the leadership of Sonia, Roy, Janet, and the Truman team. Thank you for making the voice of Ukraine House louder. Our interpreters, thank you for making our discussion available to the larger audience. Our partners, the whole team of Future's Frontline Project, our valuable partners, Thomas, Bjorn, Svetlana Kovalchuk, and all the great team. We are very happy to have you as a partners. our photographer Igor for capturing memorable moments. You can find the photos on the website. Our makeup artist Anya and Anya, who made us look beautiful. We have a driver, Oleg, who is always with us. So, Oleg, thank you very much for helping us. Our technical team of Vivid Square, led by Bruno, Sam, Tom, Ivan, Mehmet, thank you for making sure everything runs smoothly on the stage and on the screen. Our contractors, Riechensturz, led by Andy, who prepared this venue and made it comfortable and hospitable. Moreover, our thanks go to wonderful coffee team, Svit Kave, and the selection of tea bar tea. Thank you for keeping us awake and making Ukraine House cozy. Lvivska майстерня шоколаду, thanking for sweet souvenirs and making our life sweeter here in Davos. The catering company Food Kultura, who kept us well fed and happy during these days. Thank you, guys. Our special thanks go to Zirkova and Catherine Wellinger for bringing the spirit of Ukraine here to Davos. Our amazing bartender, Drink Bureau, who made beautiful and delicious cocktails. Our partners, Justina and Rito, the creative industries Ukrainian brands, fashion brands, for the incredible gifts designed exclusively for Ukraine House Davos. Thank you all for being there and working as a team. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your efforts and support. I also thank our guests. The house was full during all 4 days, and we appreciate your interest and support. And actually, the house was really full, so we got, I think, twice bigger audience than the previous year, so even the Wi-Fi couldn't survive. Together, we are getting closer to our common goal, the victory of Ukraine. And I would like also to say big thank you to the citizens of Ukraine. We really feel, you know, your spirit here. We were trying to amplify your voice here in Davos to make you warmer here, there in Ukraine. And I also would like to say big thank to our armed forces who are, you know, in the front line right now, protecting Ukraine, and we are all targeting to the victory. This brings us to the end of Ukraine House Davos 2026. And I hereby close it, and looking forward to seeing all of you and celebrate our victory jointly with you very soon.
And the night wouldn't be complete without saying an enormous thank you to our executive director, to Ulyana Chromyak, who's such a wonderful leader, who knows how to put heart and soul and love into everything she does, who assembles an incredible team, who has people who are ready to go the extra mile. I mean, folks, this is a volunteer effort. We all have our jobs, we all have everything that everyone does, and every year we come together, we start to think about the panels, the concepts, what we want to amplify, and then people take time out of their schedules to do this, to raise money, to make sure that every year we raise the bar higher and higher. So, Ulyana, thank you so much. You've done such a fantastic job. So many surprises along the way. Thank you, Ulyana. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lana. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure working, and doing everything in favor of Ukraine to make this victory happen. I would like to invite you for our closing reception right now that we will celebrate here tonight in Davos, and we are all looking forward to seeing you very soon next year. Thank you.
Хорошо?